We are currently reading the 9 billion names of God by Arthur C. Clarke.
Fallen heights dwell in the air amid clouds of stone and peaks of water. If such things fall from heaven, does earth have a divine landscape? Trumpet of sound and blaze of light call to us the eerie sky.
Imagine it's Thanksgiving weekend and the whole family is over. You and one of your family members peep the chicken feet on the table. Your family member takes a chicken foot and puts it on their plate, and you say to them, "So you enjoy feet in your mouth." Where am I? Queen! What are you doing on Smokey's platform? Smokey's gonna get you. If you're not careful, he doesn't need friends over there. He might think he's actually important. Maybe I'm strange too. Maybe I want to see some of the places I hear about in the stories. Have you ever thought of that? Of course I have. I daydream sometimes. But I know the difference between daydreams and what's real. And I do not, she said furiously and promptly turned her back on him. That too many things lined up and basically overrode every single one of the safety features to the point that it caused a cascading effect that caused everything to shut down. And that was basically due to flooding of the generators. That's why I'm a night owl queen, because I'm afraid of the dark. Always tried to sleep with the light on because he's afraid of the dark. His parents are finally like, no, fuck it. You gotta, you're like 8 years old. You gotta fucking grow up, kid. You know, we got night light for you. You're all good. Don't worry about it. You know, he's fine for like a couple months, and then the night light burns out, and he's just fucking fucked because he just wasn't prepared for it. Thanks for stopping by. Thanks for hanging out. You guys are fucking awesome. I am so glad that I can facilitate a wonderful community that is and supportive. Actually thinks that I'm funny. I mean, what? No wait, you're laughing at me, not with me. Shit. I'm embarrassing myself, aren't I? Anyways, remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you. Yeah, see, there it is. Boom. Instantly. There's the sale. Callie, should we ban him or do we give him another chance? Do we give him a chance to redeem himself and say, no, it was all satire. I was just joking. I was being a Smokey. I swear. What are the number one things? Redeem. Okay, we are instantly banning him. That means ban. He's banned. Wait, what do you mean? You said redeem! You're thinking in the negative. Okay, I'll unban him. If only ads would ever come. You know what that reminds me of, Sean? If any of you played Diablo 2 back in the day, and if you ever used anything like Jamela Editor in order to change your stats on your character, basically, if you gave your character, like, the maximum amount of health that you could give them, your health bar would always be at 1%, unless you used a full rejuvenation potion. Because you don't have to put in all the work to get anything out of it. It's basically like, you're just getting free wins at that point. As long as you implement it well, right? Which was like, I was wondering if his last name was going to be Colt, but it's not. It's just his first name is Colt. Oh, so magically to everyone, this image of what Smokey is, and fucking Beezus brought it to life, and it was so fucking hilarious. It's like the first time in a decade I have seen something and just instantly burst into tears because it is just so there wasn't any build-up, there wasn't any context, it was just boom, and I instantly fucking teared up because it was so fucking funny. I mean, what the fuck? From full health, I just like rolled and it was just bleh, I was dead. No, I said handouts, yeah, not handouts.
Exactly.
I don't want your hand reaching out to me. I want your items reaching out to me.
Oh, you can have that.
Perfect jeweler's orb.
It's worth like 20 exalts.
Damn, Smokey, where do you get this item quantity? Thanks for coming by. Thanks for hanging out. As always, you guys are fucking amazing.
thank you. Thank you so much. You're the reason I'm here. You're why I want to be here. But at the end of the day, remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you? Say fuck you to. Fuck you.
Yo, oh, what the fuck? The fuck? Okay. I don't know why that freaked out. Oh, I forgot my... Derp. Shit. Alright, there we go. Jace, not ready at fucking all. What is this shit? Alright. We back at her again. It's another day. How's everyone going today? So we're back at characters. Making sure that we have at least all of the good guys, right? Because, for each guy, we're gonna have a counter character, right? Character that plays against that character in some capacity. So, knowing the hierarchy isn't exactly as important as knowing the positions. So once we have these guys filled, we can do cross-reference of who these characters are. Once we've done that, we can figure out how would another character affect that, and then create that direct conflict between the two characters. So you have each character is mirrored, right? And then you can have, you know, your wavering loyalties across the board of characters switching sides or stuff like that, as well as sometimes. Oh, I can never open my wad. This is a new bag. Looks like super tough. I'm just weak as shit. Okay. Okay. Yeah, you know, there'll be like the turning point of some characters where they're like turned over by blackmail of some kind or some sort of part of their past, and it's like, oh, they're just following the enemy, and it's like, oh, you know, they're basically blackmailed. Fuck it, we're still gonna have them on the team. That's not betrayal. You know, you wouldn't want me to force you to do something that'll hurt your family, right? Oh. And then from there, we can establish where each of those characters kind of gets their introduction, right? Because some characters, we're going to introduce the villains before, because despite the fact that we're building everything based upon allies and then contrast allies to enemies, not all the allies appear like at the beginning, right? So it's like, even if we do all of the allies, we just place the enemies in random places when we introduce them, so when they come into conflict, it doesn't look like, oh, you introduce a character and then you introduce that character's counter, you introduce the character and then you introduce the character's counter. You just have those characters, then you can mix and match where you put them into the story, where you want to fit them in, what their backgrounds dictate where they go, right? Our entire priority now is just figuring out who those characters are and when they're introduced into the story, and then seeing how evenly the character distribution is, because we want, like, you know, pretty significant amount of characters at the beginning of the book, right? At the beginning of the book, you're learning all the characters, right? And then so you find out which of those characters that are just, you know, important versus not important. Finding out that those characters, you know, we'll come back to them eventually later. But it's all been set up in advance so we know that we have everything. And that way every character can basically play out their backstory and their origin and their, you know, purpose without it feeling, like it's forced, right? It's forced to be in the equation, but the equation itself fits nicely into everything in order to fit it, like, all the pieces nicely, right? So you've got, like, really weird cut angles and shit, but it's, like, it's all part of the same, but that all just fits in. So... And then each nation, what nation their counterparts are from, and then where in Menos, right? And where on the hierarchy, like... The person that's their counter may not necessarily be on the same hierarch, right? Like... I guess it's a good one would be like Bard, for picking the Bard, right? And it's like, let's say... The opposite of the Bard is like, council member or something like that in Menos, who's like a voted in, official, who's like, I'd say like all talk, no action, so it's like, you know, they just like talk and rant and bitch and complain about shit. Whereas the Bard is, like, actually producing, like, entertainment and stuff like that. So it's kind of like a use of voice. Even though, let's say, the Bard is pretty much at the lower end rung, right? It's a guy who just kind of goes around and, tells stories to people. And, hopes that they cover his stuff because of it, right? And pay him for it. It's basically a traveling storyteller / performance artist, right? But he doesn't have any real power of any kind. He doesn't have any authority. And he doesn't have any, like, because he's not, like, a fighter or anything like that, right? He's not gonna be, like, out on the front lines. He's just gonna be supporting from the back line, you know, being, like, the... I want to say, like, the rational, over-the-top support, whereas, like, you know, like, the priest would be, like, the, like... moral support. So Bard would be like emotional support, priest would be like moral support, and monk, what would the monk be? Spiritual support. You'd think priest would be spiritual support, but no, of course not. The monk is spiritual. The priest is just following a doctrine, right? The monk is exploring. The priest is following. If you want to put it that way. That's what I think about it. And we still have... one. So this guy is going to be from Techno. And we have a support healer. I think they're also going to be from Techno. And then the support mage has to be from religion, because that's the only place magic is. But their miracles are, like, on a different level. Because there are, offensive miracles that people have, and those are the ones that are, like, put into the army. So, like, this support mage is, like, huge. Because they're gonna be, because we don't have, like, a straight... Maybe we should have just, like, a wizard. Question mark? We'll have the support mage from the front lines, and then we'll have the wizard from the front lines, and we'll have, you know, them as like I said, like a sniper spotter kind of thing. Like, you know, they work in tandem. One's an information gatherer and tells the other guy what to do, basically. It's like, alright, well, this is how we're gonna set it up, you know? Which direction the wind's going, bro? Where do we need to incline this, right? Where's our staging station, you know? And that'll play into
going to the front lines, because eventually we're going to want to go show the actual war and what's going on, and that's why everyone's like, this doesn't look like a fucking war, this looks like a bunch of pansies sitting around doing fuck all, and they're like, well, we haven't been called to engage yet. It's like, we get calls to engage maybe once a week, you know, we'll go out into a skirmish, we'll try to break their barrier, they'll try to break our barrier, and then we'll just kind of back down. And then sometimes we'll get into a real skirmish, and then realize, you know, clearing of the dead on the battlefield, they need the dead in order to do the experiments. That's kind of another note to fall in line with of things that you can add up in order to be like, okay, something's not right here. Like, something in the background is being kerfuffled by someone in some state, right? Because, like, this is not how a normal war would look. 7-day streak, I say. Yo, what's up, Blessed? How's it going, my man? What you at? What you got? What you doing? What you are? How's your day? We're just talking about including more characters, as always, because we're thinking, well, we're going to need them, and how are they going to be relevant? Well, they're going to be relevant to the front lines of the war, especially at the point where now miracles don't exist, but there's also offensive miracles that work in war, so we need characters that can do stuff like that. Just to show the versatility of it, and why it's so important also on a war front, but then also to realize that even with this lost, war is still not perpetuating, right? There's something about it. And now they're starting to get, let's say, more religion than techno bodies for it. Yo, 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 yeah, what's up, Blessed? How's it going, my man? What you at, what you got, what you doing, what you are? Shitty day, turned it around though. Nice, that's always good. Got busy doing. Yeah, man, when you're down, get busy. Being busy is the cure to basically everything. Just find something to make yourself busy. That's why literally all I do is think about my fucking, think about, like, creating stuff, right? I'm always thinking about stuff. That's literally all I do. I don't have any other purpose. I eat food and I think. 3, 2, 1, toke. The only question is, do they go to the front line before they go to religion? Getting physically active gets me feeling good. Oh yeah, no, that Blessed, that's literally what your body is built for. Because your body is built to adapt to the situation that you're in, right? So it's like, if all you do is laze around and do nothing, then your body is going to react in that way, and it's going to slow down your blood flow, it's going to slow down, like, your brain activity, it's going to relax and drain your muscles, it's just going to cause you to just, like, be tired and want to go to sleep, because that's the situation you're putting your body in. Whereas if you're up and active, your body is just, like, pumping adrenaline, you know? Fucking getting the blood flowing, getting the oxygen going, getting your brain moving and everything. I cleaned up the trash mess in the kitchen and bathroom. Nice. Nice. Productivity. That's what's important. That's why going for a walk every day is, like, super important. Like, get up, get up, get up, get up, you fuck! Get outside, get your shit done, and go, you know? Because if you don't, turns into not so much a good time. They say, more, male escort Mike. Yo, what's up, Mike? How's it going, my man? What you got, what you doing, what you out? How's your day today, good sir? Love the name. We're just trying to figure out, long time, but yeah, it's been a while. How are you? We are currently working on character introductions. This is Postal Mike. That's what I figured. You know, the mail escort, Postal, you know, posting with mail. High IQ, bud. High IQ. I met a friend of yours. Wait, I have friends? This just reminds me of, like, the Tropic Thunder thing of, like, the interview of, like, Tug Speedman, like, Ben Stiller. And it's, like, on Tyra, and it's like, you're on the wrong side of 40, and someone close to you said that you're, you know, all these things. And he's like, someone said they were close to me? I'm like, someone said they were my friend? Oh, I fucking love it. Blessed. Good old Blessed. Oh. Blessed's a character. Miss Shadow. Ah, Shadow. Yes. Yes, this is her book. Book 1. Amazing book. I can't wait to get a hold of book 2. Even though I have chapter 1 and chapter 2 and chapter 3 ready to read, but I just can't bring myself to read them. It's almost like I can't read them because it's like it'll make it real to realize the book is over, right? And then I have to wait like a year for the next one to come out. I'm like, no! I need to know more about Willow! But yeah, so you should check out her book because it's actually really good. It's dark as fuck, which is awesome. It's awesome! I mean, it's fucked up. But, it definitely, like, you know, it pulls you into it. She was editing her book. She's making me wait to play The Isle. What's The Isle? Never heard of that. Yeah, that sounds like Miss Shadow. Dino game. Ooh, interesting. Last Dino game I played was Dino Blade Demo. The game's gonna be sick when it comes. We got Chicken Souls and Dino Blade before GTA 6, guys. The fuck is this? I don't know what to do anymore, right? But yeah, right now we need to figure out if they go to religion or they go to the front lines first. I think we need to introduce someone who is on the front lines. And my character's like, it can't be that bad of a war, right? And it's like, well, we should have to help them and see. But then it's like, you go to religion, and we're like, okay, well, religion is falling apart. Imagine what the front lines are going to look like. Yeah, you know, we have to go to religion first. The Isle mentioned? Yo, Ahab, what's up, my man? What you got, what you at, what you like? That game is sick as fuck. I'll have to check it out, Ahab. If it is such a good one. It's one of the good ones, right? There's so many games out there, guys. It's hard to keep up with them all. Although for most games, I'm more of a person to watch someone play a game. Well, I'm the same way, Ahab. I fucking love dinosaurs. You are a dinosaur, and you grow from a baby to adult and hunt or be hunted. Mostly be hunted. And is it like, multiplayer? Horror game for a long while. Sounds interesting. Definitely be a good stream game, that's for sure. Because there definitely are games that are better to, like, better engagement to watch, right? Like, Final Fantasy X isn't exactly an engaging thing to watch. It's just more of, like, the storyline and the nostalgia, right? Whereas, like, Crimson Desert is like, yeah, this looks cool, like, while you're playing it, right? Form a pack with people. Me and her are working on dinos tonight. Nice. Fuck yeah. Well, give her my best. And tell her I'm a lazy piece of shit, fuck retard who still hasn't read chapters. And she needs to come hit me.
to get me to read them. I mean, what? 3, 2, 1, talk! Dinos grow so slow, but once you get big, you're pretty strong. It's so slow. The patience of having to, like, have someone else, I'm new, and it's being painful. Yeah, I'm the worst at new games, especially with, like, new mechanics and new style of games, like, especially survival games. Like, if you guys are here to watch me play Windrose, like, I played the demo of Windrose, and I played for, like, 6 hours, and I could not fucking... I couldn't even figure out how to make a roof. I'm fucking retarded. I played Rust before. I could play like for 100 hours and not have built a base. I just beat Windrose. Nice. Nice. I will eventually play it, but... we're just, we got just so many things lined up right now that it's like, it's hard. It's hard to get time for everything, right? I only do like an hour to 2 hours of gaming a day, so it's like, it's really hard to get through shit. Well, played all the content, can't really beat it. Yeah, you know, I know what you mean. Beating games nowadays isn't exactly, you know, beating a game. So I miss games having an actual end game boss, where it's like, yep, okay, credits roll. Let's go. So yeah, so I think we should have some sort of wizard who's on the front lines. But we don't know when we're gonna meet him. Not yet. But we know we're gonna have him. And then we have a support healer. So it's like, these will be like a trio that we'll probably find on the battlefield, right? Like, one to heal, one to support and enhance, and like scout and like, you know, prepare, and then one for just devastating damage. But they're all kind of fucked now that miracles don't work, right? So it's like... so, what are you working on here? This is Stoner Girl Evolution. And right now, we are just trying to figure out where characters are added into the storyline, how many characters they are, how evenly they're spread out, and how many, like, for instance, you know, how many party members versus how many of our backup characters versus how many enemies versus just the overall amount of characters that we have, to make sure that, like, there's an even amount and we're not overwhelming people with too many people, right? Because right now we only really need to pay attention to the 7 party members, right? We know that they exist for these enemies, but we don't really care, and we kind of know about the artisans, but mainly it's just these 7 party members right now. And it's not even 7, it's actually 5. 2 of them are exactly as important as the others right now. I recommend trying out Legacy for the Isle. Evrima is good, but Legacy, I think, has its own charm, and it's a bit easier. I'm on Evrima. Yeah, Deno or Evrima only. Oh, they're like a modded dinosaur, or like breed, or like kind of like style of, I don't know what they are. I don't know if they're a specific like, if they're a specific dinosaur, like a T-Rex, or if they're like a category of like carnivores, or if they're like a mechanic in the game. No, Evrima is basically, they redeveloped the whole game. They're a giant crocodile, right? Okay, that's what you meant. They're a giant, the dino is a giant crocodile. Okay. Okay. Interesting. Okay, so we are currently at the station. The, like, underground train station. Okay, I'm gonna lurk. She is ready to play. Alright, sounds good, Mike. Always appreciate the lurk, my man. Enjoy the game.
We find the healer at the station. The tank and the healer reconnect. So we join the healer to the party now. And this is also where... Who's the other character that's with us? Who has to, like... Oh, the hunter has to relieve himself. Hunter speaks to... I'm going to say management. And we've already introduced that character exists, so we don't need to add it to the roster. Then we're just learning information. We introduce the fact that we have new magic, and then we head back to the botanist. Now, on our way back, there needs to be some sort of other enemy confrontation of some kind, right? So this is where we're going to introduce the next thing, which is like the brigands, which is like the wild card faction, right? They're basically just pieces of shit assholes that want to destroy everything, and they don't want to be part of a civilized society. They're basically pirates and murderers and killers and just all around bad people. Your world have its own slurs, Scotty. That's a good question, Ahab. And I'm thinking something like glitch. Some derivative of glitch. I'm waiting! Yo, what's up, Shadow? How's it going? I know, Shadow, I know, I'm bad. And I know you might be talking about Mike, but I still have not read, story chapters yet. Has, not been good. I'll get to it, okay? I'll probably have time on the weekend after the D&D. I got 6 chapters now edited. Fuck, I got a lot to read. Getting there. Yeah. It is what it is, right? That's what I get for having too much stuff on my plate, right? Which is... Okay, so now we have to introduce brigands. And we should have talked about brigands, so we should know about brigands. And they're the reason why Hunter, needs to, like, patrol that area, right? So that means maybe we need to introduce a new hunter. Ads! Find placement for hunter. I'm wondering if this is a good time to make Zombie leave and never have Zombie actually there. Because what's going to happen is they're going to go back to Menos, they're going to meet up with the botanist, and they're going to get arrested. So I think it's best here if the hunter and Zombie kind of go off, maybe with... I'm like, do they go off on their own? Well, it will be 3, because it would also be the replacement character. Who Hunter is going to basically be setting up. In, like, a good way. It's going to be like, okay, here's what the shack is, this is the territory, show you your rounds, this is what I do, these are the commonalities, like, kind of, like, getting him up to speed on the territory that he's going to basically be defending. And that's when it's like, they run into the brigands, and it's like, okay, well, now here's your chance, right? And it's like, meanwhile, the other characters are still traveling, right? Oh, the details don't really matter. All that matters is that it can be a point in time where, yeah, so no one ever saw the zombie come back.
So the fact that the zombie even exists or is a person is like, okay, well, we'll come back to that. Because if zombie was, in fact, to get captured, you know, they might be able to prove that he's dead even though he can talk, and that would get them back. Because the reason why S-Rival is being so adamant about this is because he thinks he's found the solution to what actually happened. He thinks that zombie is like the key to everything. And he's not giving up that shit. And he's like, I'm fighting to the end because I'm tired of these people putting me out of place with not knowing shit. And now they're asking, like, what the fuck is going on? And I'm trying to tell them what the fuck is going on. And they're telling me I'm retarded. So you know what? I'm just gonna go do it myself. And if I can't manage that... And that's why he kind of slowly turns towards the other guys. Because even after all of this shit, even by the end of the story, it's like, still no one gives a fuck what he thinks. Even though he was right the entire time. And he's just like, you know what? Fuck you guys. You guys deserve this shit. I'm going over with Stoner. Even for being an enemy, they treat me better than you guys do. Fuck this shit, right? So, he just slowly gets, like, black-pilled the fuck off of the party, essentially. It's like, fuck you, Dad. You're such a piece of shit. Why are you guys doing this? And why don't you even just take 5 seconds to just give me the resources I need? I know I've been a failure and incompetent in the past, but I'm trying to fix myself, you know? You keep telling me to do better, but you never give me the opportunity to do better. So yeah, it just kind of eventually pushes him out. Plus the fact of, you know, all the horrific shit and all the terrible shit that they're doing in the background and emphasizing it and, like, manufacturing all of this essential evil to make everyone be at odds with each other. And that's all actually, at the end of the day, all the goddess is doing. And it's like, well, shit. And since he's, technically from, techno, not religion, because, well, he's technically the son of the leader, but no one really knows that, right? That the leaders are in cahoots and he is who he is. No one really knows that, because no one really knows who, like, the leaders are. That the leaders are super scarce, and, like, they're, like, appearances in public, as far as everyone knows, are completely different than their appearances outside of the public eye. Like, when it's S-Rival's point of view, and he's, like, you know, in meetings with them and shit like this, but you don't know that you know that it's his dad, or, like, some sort of relation in some way, right? But it'll probably be like, yeah, you know, emphasize that it's his dad. It'll be like, you know, son, next you'll be the one in this chair, so you have to make sure you make these decisions. And they've got, like, the council around them, right? But then there's, like, his advisors, actual, like, the religion, right? So you've got people from religion and people from techno. And the fact that, I don't know if he's gonna know about the underground facility. It's just the meanings of, like, for instance, like, in the main central city part where, like, the actual house of government sits, that's where most of his point of view will take place, and then that'll be places that we actually, like, go to, right? Like, Zombie's gonna go there and interact. So that's why maybe at some point in time, Zombie has to go even towards Techno and has to leave Menos because he has to get away from S-Rival. So there needs to be, like, another conflict there. On top of Z-Rival also being a thing, right? And his main thing also is, like, he's pressing for, like, delete the zombie, but it's actually what he should be looking at is Stoner. But he can't tell that Stoner's not dead because, well, she's in her own body. But technically she is dead, but because the goddess is inside of her, she essentially doesn't age, right? So it's like, it doesn't look like she's dead. And she doesn't feel like she's dead. So that's still something that's like, she could be dead, but she's supposed to have died. mid-transit. It's just the power of the goddess is sustaining her. And maybe it brought her back to life. So maybe she died, and then she was brought back to life. Whereas, like, the corpses that they were doing for the experiments were literally could be up to weeks old. Because they just basically been pulled off of the battlefield. So the age of the body of the corpse of zombie is like 3 to 5 days old. And it's one of the fresher ones. At least from the experiment. So it's like in total probably 2 weeks old by the time meets up with Stoner. So it's like, it's pretty decayed and like falling apart. That's why it's like, even through like all of this that's going on, and it's also in the middle of a desert. But I mean, that could also help, right? Help dry it out. I wish there was an anime that was realistically written. A lot of it is too corny. Yeah. It's so bad, Ahab, that's just what anime is. Right? It's like, it's not real. I'd say Chinese anime. Like, if you look at, like, Chinese anime, it's a lot more grounded. Like, genre? I don't even know how to say that. Like, it's not that it's not fantasy, it's just that it's, like, grounded in, like, reality of reaction, right? Force it to fall under a genre rather than a medium. Yeah, where it's like... Oh, it's not even, like, just specifically, like, fan service. It's like... I'd say almost like the over the top aspect, the dramatic aspect, right? Like ridiculous hairstyles, crazy poses, like insane sayings, like crazy facial expressions, right? I think it's fine, but it's also everywhere now that it made everywhere now, if that makes sense. Yeah, and it's like you're looking for something like more original and more like when everything becomes the same because it used to be outside of the norm, you need to go back to what the old norm was and change it up, and that's like the scaling difference, right? So that's why it's like if I turned my Final Fantasy book into an anime, it would be like a combination of The Sopranos and I can't think of a good fantasy comparison. I'm like, it's not Lord of the Rings, it's not fucking Dune, it's not fucking like Wheel of Time, it's not Dragonlance. It's almost like it's a science fiction fantasy. Right? Because it's very grounded in science and, like, understanding things, right? So it's not like whimsical like Lord of the Rings where you don't really know how anything works. Like, you know exactly how everything works, and that's how it is. If you know how it works, that's how it works, right? Like having a circuit and then completing the circuit, right? One is just the manifestation of the ability to conjure whatever it is. We're back in the early 2000s, people hated whimsy in sci-fi. Yup. And now it's like, we can't have anything serious nowadays. It's like, even the new Star Wars are like super whimsical like that. I want to see more brutal, like, Battlestar Galactica. People got mad about space magic. Yeah, like, why don't we have a space magic series? I love the idea of space magic. Like, the Force is one of the coolest things. And you could have just, like, entire planets that are like, oh, there's something on this planet that allows them to interact with something. Like, it's a mineral that does, like, literally all the famous sci-fi series have space magic. Yeah, Dune, Star Wars, Foundation, Three Body Problem, trying to think, like, obscure ones. But it's like, there's always an element. Scotty doing the shocker. I'm sorry, my hand just automatically does that. It's trained to be exactly in that position. You know? There's no reason behind that. Don't look into that. You know. Just don't worry about it. It's all good. It's not important, right?
Do not drink water. Do not leave your seat. Do not move your feet. Do not stretch. Do not go to the bathroom. Have another toke.
Shit. Well, I guess it is what it is. No, I literally went and got an entire new thing of weed. We're stacked on weed, bro. We're stacked on weed. We're good. I need to clean my bong, though. 3, 2, 1, toke! How can you write Stoner Girl Evolution without getting high as hell? Exactly, Ahab, exactly. See, I don't know if I mentioned the Marauders earlier on in here. Someone's had a burger and nuggets as girl dinner, but all my boys and I crush burgers and nuggets. I eat a burger every single day. This is the leftovers of the burger I had this morning. The final bite. Lettuce, tomato, onion, bacon, beef. Gotta have one of those every fucking day. Usually that's like... maybe not usually, like... two days, 3 days a week, that'll be the only thing that I eat in a day. I'll just have that burger, and then I'll just fucking chill for the rest of the day. I'm just like, oh. Oh, that's a big burger, boys. Oh, cheese as well. Of course it has cheese on it. Oh, right here. Okay. Hunter talks about brigands and why he is a guardian of this land, which adds 3 new enemies. So these enemies then, which we already have, will be displayed by Hunter and Botanist. Nope, that's changed. We head to the Botanist to learn of failure of miracles, find replacement for Hunter, introduce new magic, head to Botanist, Hunter, and Zombie with new recruit, go scouting. Hunter runs into brigands. I mean, I don't have to introduce anything because we already have those characters introduced.
The botanist, Tank, the healer, the alchemist, and stoner to the gardener. Because now we're at the gardener. Now I'm wondering, maybe we can make the gardener and the cook friends. And then it's like S-Rival blackmailed the cook, and the cook went and talked to the gardener, and the gardener was like, yo, I know you're stuck between a hard place. Who are you? I'm the cook. Say my name. I don't know who you are. Oh, you know who I am. Say my name. Heisenberg. You're goddamn right. As it's from porn. Oh, I thought you were talking about Breaking Bad. You know, when Heisenberg first shows himself, when he's like sitting there, you know, that really intense gang scene. Who are you? I'm the cook. So yeah, and so the cook and the gardener technically set everyone up, and then the tank and stoner get arrested, but you know, no one else is like under arrest. The botanist is like, yo, you know, it is what it is. They go to trial, they do their thing. Hunter and Zombie, yeah, so they actually go to the stable after going, so we're already on two completely different routes. And there was a gif on 4chan back in the day of a crime fighter who fought off nefarious men, and a woman looks up. Load on face. Who are you? She says. The hero replies, I'm the cook. It's very funny. Nice. Sounds about right. When porn had style and grace. Well, I mean... if you're like me and you just, you love your doujin, then we got all the plot we need. That's why I like hentai. You want plot? Oh, it got plot, bro. It got plot up the ass. It's like, is this supposed to be like a porno? It's like, yeah, but why can't you have plot? It just makes it funner. Then you get invested into it. Oh. I don't know about you, my space magical girls just love their way around, let's just say that. That's another reason why I like hentai, it's also entertaining. It's not just straight up fucking porn, it's actually just entertaining sometimes. What, you can't jerk off and have philosophical quandaries with the waifu you just banged out? Well, what if I was the waifu who got banged out and I'm the femboy and, you know, like... It's philosophical of, like, it's the are you gay if you think you're banging a woman. Right? Oh, I definitely like cringe. Cringe. Yeah, definitely. As cringe as you can get. I love the ridiculousness of it, right? Especially when it's like sub to dom, where it's like, you know, they start off as like the not a Full Metal Damon Muramasa enjoyer, I bet. There are some things that fall outside of the scope of my reach. I forget his porn because it's such a cool fucking story. It's just so fucking cool. I mean, I think there's a lot of stuff like that. Japanese know what's going on, man. I'm just telling you. They got it on a whole other level, bro. A whole other level. It was just totally something else.
And I'm so glad for it. Okay, so I don't think we introduced any meaningful characters here, but now we're thinking about hierarchy of guards. So when they get arrested, S-Rival is gonna have to show up. Wait, no, Ahab, you did it wrong. Ahab, you did it wrong. No. It's World War 11. It's World War 11. World War 11 samurai mechs. Who cares about sex at that point, dude? Exactly. I mean, it is what it is. You can't win them all. We just try as much as we can. And it's like the hunter and the zombie don't even realize that they've been arrested. So, healer and alchemist go to stable to tell others what happened. Zombie, it has warrant. Maybe like alchemist takes zombie to middle Menos to hide. Wait, why does it say this happened? We have the arrest yet, right? Okay, we haven't had the arrest yet. Wait, we haven't had the arrest yet. So we take this. Okay, so this is in the wrong spot. S-Rival shows up at Botanist. This is actually Gardener. Donor and tank arrested. Oh, we already have that one there. Okay, we don't need this. We just want this. Then we go to Menos. Several characters gauged by Z-Rival. So now that we're introducing his whole plot. Visual novels are pretty wild. Clock Up is an insane death. Never heard of that. That's what I like one thing I'd like to be able to do, at least for promotional purposes, is like make little short animes or make like little short manga of like events in Stoner Girl Evolution to like promote it, right? Using AI. They made Euphoria and maggot baits. They're pretty horrific. Interesting. Yeah, and I'm just not a really big horror guy. That's just not where, you know, my tastes lie. Okay, so now, so there's this entire period here where we don't introduce any characters, really. So this is like the main bonding moment stuff between characters before we start introducing again. Making sure that you're solidified with the characters that we have. Oh, it's not horror. Oh, what is it? So every single fetish you could possibly think of. Oh, it's porn? I was thinking outside the scope of porn. I guess it's psychological horror, essentially. I consider some fetishes to definitely be psychological horror. 100%. I mean, I think even in some ways masochism is. Just depends on how far on the scale you go, right? Like, some people literally cause permanent harm to themselves. I'm just like, I like a shock and like, a little bit of a knocking around, you know? Something I'm gonna feel in the morning, right? But it's not like... Yeah, I don't think it's made to be erotic. I mean, it is, because of course there'll be one guy into it, but... Yeah, it's not like... It's not made by the person as an erotic expression. It's like a... Because, like, there is a lot of, like, shock horror porn where it's like... The purpose of it is, like, a double-edged sword in the fact of... It's like, this is supposed to represent how far you can go with things, but it's not supposed to be something that's actually... There's straight-up girl in... maggot baits, and that's the opening. I only know of this because I love transgressive media. Yeah. It's willing to push the boundaries, right? That it's like, sometimes it's doing for the shock and awe factor, sometimes it's doing it as a political statement for censorship, sometimes it's doing it for a social reason for, like, shock value, to see, like, look how depraved we've come, or to show you, like, the scale of depravity, to be like, this is where you know you've hit rock bottom, right? It's like, as an intellectual, I enjoy the discussion of that, knowing that, it's not endorsed, right? Like, you're not endorsing it by essentially having the discussion around it. The problem is the actual people that are like, yeah, that's real, as in, like, you know. Yeah, I like that stuff. It's like, okay, bud, you know, it's like the same thing with, like, violence, right? And, like, gore in movies and stuff. Like, look at Game of Thrones or something like that, right? Ads! The writing actually in these stories is for no fucking reason really, really good. Oh shit, this thing's clogged as fuck! Are we back? Since they, like, look at, like, Game of Thrones, for instance, and look at violence, right? Like, no one actually really wants, to see that kind of violence, right? Like, if we're talking, like, real life, like, you're not gonna be like, oh, if you see, like, a guy spilled across, like, the highway with, like, you know, he's been, like, ripped in half by a car or some shit like that, right? Like, that's not what you're looking for in real life. But in media, when you know it's fake, there's something different about it, right? And we can all acknowledge that across basically every single industry, every single theme, every single genre. But people start to get squeamish once you start adding in, like, that one topic, right? Anything like sex or anything like that, right? It's like everything starts to just kind of get weird. When it's like, well, you want to put all this extreme, epic, ridiculous violence in there, but you're not gonna do that to the same extent with, like, sex? Bugs people in media, less so now. Yeah. And it's like, I think the reason is because people, like, the problem is, like, a lot of shows are like, hey, if we put sex in the show does good, right? Like, I honestly don't think, like, for instance, like, a series like True Blood would have done as well as it did if it was, like, PG. I think that's just a fact, right? It's like, it's literally written into the story to be, like, detailed in the relationships, right? Like, it's like a completely, you have to tell the story in a completely different way if you make it PG. So you can't just take a story that's like R-rated and just tone it down and have it be a good story. Because it needs those extra elements to sell the emphasis for it, right? Fear and Hunger is cool. People said the sequel was more mature in its writing. It added memes and a trans character. But was that, like, inherent to the story, or was that a throwaway? Right? Which is a series that explores both violence and sex. And it's like they say with, like, GTA 6, right? Oh, if they put trans people in GTA 6, then you're going to have compilations of people running over trans people. But if you don't put trans people in GTA 6, then all the trans people are going to boycott the game and try and fuck the game over. You know what? It's probably inherent to the story, but I don't see how it's more matured. Yeah, because I think, like, for instance, you can have a story like, let's take two anime, right? Demon Slayer. Demon Slayer is a way more mature-themed anime than My Hero Academia. Like, they both explore the dark side of humanity in a way, but it's like literally in the first episode of Demon Slayer, the entirety of fucking, Komodo, fucking, goddammit, what's his name? Komodo-san! I'm not gonna be able to remember his name. God damn it. Totoro. No, I can't. Anyways, yeah. His entire family gets fucking killed. His sister gets turned into a demon. Whereas, like, yeah, sure, there's some dark stuff that goes on in My Hero Academia with, like, genetic manipulation and stuff like that, but it's like it doesn't do that dark theme the same way, right? And it's like, look at something like I can't get into One Piece, I just literally don't care. My problem is I really, really love the idea of One Piece. SpongeBob for autistic people. Well, it's one thing you gotta think about this. The problem with One Piece is it is a series that you have to be at the stage that the series is at. Let me take a toke and then I'll explain this. And then maybe you'll understand. Because I'm the same way, but it's not because I don't want to. It's because I can't. I literally can't. 3. Just kidding. That's just SpongeBob. 3, 2. Apparently there's a conspiracy theory that SpongeBob was literally made for the Epstein kids, and it has, like, fucked up references inside of it, and all of, like, the scenes where it cuts back to, like, real people, and it's got, like, real people in it and, like, fucked up shit, is all, like, references to, like, Epstein and, like, basically being a slave. Yeah, it's not that I don't want to, I just can't. It's too much, I can't bring myself to care. Exactly. 3, 2, 1, toke. It's fucking pirates rebelling against, like, a corrupt government. Like, the actual story of One Piece is actually fucking phenomenal. And I've said this before as a joke, but do you know what my actual belief of what the One Piece is? Because I think it would just make sense for the story. I think One Piece is Joy Boy's hat, a straw hat. And whether it's like a time loop thing or not, it's definitely like a history repeats itself. Cause like I know like kind of a lot of the lore for it, despite not watching it, because like I love the concept, but it's like the problem is the series is on like an age leveling thing, right? Like you kind of have to start when you're like a kid, or you have to start halfway into the series at the time skip, where you've missed like a lot of crucial context. Like the whole thing with Ace and everything like that is like fucking huge to the contemporary storyline, right? Wasn't there a past that some organization is trying to cover up? Yes. Essentially, at least from what my belief of it is that there was an age where the world wasn't the way it is. So, like, the actual landscape of the world and everything about the world, like the calm belt, the wind systems, the islands, the entire world is actually completely manufactured. And that's not what the actual world is like. And like 1,000 or like 2,000 years ago, they had like terraforming technology, and there's like the god Emu who was like enslaving mankind to basically build a paradise where he could like cage people and experiment on them or something like that. And out after I realized he just kept going. Yeah, it's one of those things where it's like when I'm talking, right? You think it's gonna end, you're like, oh my god, you're finally at the end. And then it's like, and that's just this one small branch. So then you gotta go like this, and you have all of these, and you're just like, oh my god, how the fuck does it not end? What is this? You can just go on forever. Like, what the fuck? It is pretty crazy, though. So I get a lot of inspiration for, like, the ideas of stuff comes from, like, the free range of ideas that you can have when you have such a scaling aspect to your stories, right? You ask one question about One Piece and you literally get a college thesis. Yup. You know what's funny? I'm just gonna do this. What do you think that the One Piece actually is? Let's find out what Grok thinks the actual One Piece.
Why?
What? Why are you smoking?
Can you send me PUBG mobile use? I don't know what that is, bro. But thanks for the follow, Bob. Welcome, my man. Can you do that again? You're going to the Shadow Realm. Do that again, you're going to the Shadow Realm. I wanted to get into Made in Abyss, but the main character is a little girl. A Japanese man wrote the manga. I've heard some things about Made in Abyss. Yeah, I could definitely see that. Okay.
So I think the One Piece is a massive tangible treasure with deep historical and world-changing significance. Something that would make the Roger Pirates laugh their asses off on Laugh Tale. While also tying into Joy Boy's legacy, the Void Century, and the world's true history. Oda has been crystal clear for years that it's not just the friends we make along the way or some purely metaphorical thing. He hates that Wizard of Oz style cop-out and has confirmed it's a real physical item or collection of items that exists in the story. My personal speculation what it could be, based on everything we've seen, a giant symbolic party artifact or weapon left by Joy Boy. Maybe something that can literally connect the seas, like sinking the red line or opening all the seas freely. Yeah, see, that's what I would think is like, think of it as like a device that could terraform the planet and make literally roaming the high seas, like, not difficult, right? Like, you wouldn't have to worry about all this bullshit, right? It sucks because there's this whole cool world and story, but they have to go, oh yeah, we forgot, we are Japanese, surely we need to see this character P. Like, what the fuck? Why? Some people, man. I mean, it's at the end of the day, it's just... The thing is, I think the problem is, everyone has their own version of that, right? Like, mine is the creation of, like, a tortured, tormented, fucked up soul, and I base this off of the Mord Sith from, Sword of Truth. It's like, basically, the character is born on Epstein Island, all the shit is true, but there's, like, magic of reincarnation, so basically, like, they live till they're 5, while having everything done to them, then they're, like, basically cooked alive and, like, almost eaten alive, like, their head, like, basically from, like, their, like, stomach down or something like that is, like, cooked, and then, like, eaten alive, and they die, and they're, like, reincarnated, or they never die, their body just, like, keeps regenerating or something. It's, like, this fucked up, super, like, fucked thing that fucks the character and makes them do, like, crazy, like, Anima, for instance. He watched his mother get eaten in front of him, so what's his solution? I'm gonna eat the rest of her to make her a part of me. Right? For me, that would be my thing, is, like, self-cannibalism. And, like, cannibalism and, like, familial cannibalism is, for me, my thing. And people would be like, why do you put that in every fucking story that you write? What the fuck is wrong with you? I'm like, because I like it. Fuck you. I like it. I think it's interesting. I think it's cool. I think it's dark and it's fucked up and it's a taboo. So it's a cool thing. I love cannibalism, okay? Fuck off. It is what it is, right? But I'm not like, I'm straight up about it, right? Because I know that's my thing. And I know people get really turned off by, like, how in-depth I go sometimes with it, and how fucked up and integral it is to storylines and stuff like that. And it's like, I can totally understand people being, like, absolutely just turned off by that. Just like, yeah, no, that just makes me not want to read any of his stuff, right? And it's, like, totally fair. But I'm not going to change the way that I write because of it. I don't know, it's just one of those things. The fact that it's a manga so you can visually see the intent of the artist is what wigs me out. I mean, that's where it becomes, is it a dissonance between what the author has actually said about their work? Where they're like, no, you guys are just creeps for thinking that. Or is it a straight up, like, admission of, like, this is the reason why I incorporated it into my stuff? Like, there's no, like, reason other than the fact that I think cannibalism is an interesting topic and how I can weave it into, like, doing certain things and the psychological aspect of it. Like, the fact that Silence of the Lambs is so good, but it's not, the story isn't about a serial killer that's going around and eating people. It's about the philosophy, the psychology, the thinking, the mindset of someone who would do those things. That, to me, is what makes it interesting. And I think that's what makes it valuable. Whereas, you know, this person's like, I'll always write lollies in my story so that I can draw lollies in bikinis. It's like, what? You just said that out loud, bro. You realize you just said that out loud, right? Like, what? It's author. The author's poorly disguised fetish. Yeah. But it's like, if you can have a tactile reasoning to it, right? Part of the problem with Made in Abyss is the weird shit gets in the way of the story as well. It literally, apparently provides nothing. See, and that's when you can say you could scrap it, right? I've had tons of stories where I've added cannibalism, and I've been like, cannibalism doesn't add anything to the story. I can't make it add anything to the story, so I take it out. But if I can find any way to make it valid to the story, I will. Because I think it's just something that's interesting to me. The psychology behind the idea of it. And it's the consumption of like a soul of self, right? The devouring of something, consuming it, making it yours. It's like the ultimate form of control, right? Is to devour something and make it a part of you, right? That's how I look at it. And that's how I always want it to be represented in the story. So if anyone came up to me and told me, why did you put cannibalism in the story, and I had no good answer for it, I'd tell them, you're right, I'm a fucking piece of shit. I shouldn't have done that. But if I can say, well, you missed out on this entire philosophical concept that the cannibalism represents, right? Like, I like the shit where they realize they can never leave the abyss and only get sicker as they get lower, as they go lower. It's like the more you fall into depravity, the less hope you have, right? And the more hope can be snubbed from you, the further you will fall into depravity, right? But as long as you hold on to that one piece of light, you'll never truly hit rock bottom. And there is always a way out, right? You can manifest that for yourself in some way. But yeah, something like, for instance, like, I will say I have, like a squirting fetish, right? But it's like, I'm not just gonna randomly write some weird shit into my stories, right? Like, I have a couple of my smuts that have, like, you know, kind of extreme squirting in them, but it's like, it's kind of, it's just because it's, like, really intense, like, fucked up sex. So it's like that, it's like that isn't even the most extreme thing that happens in the story. But it's like, yeah, you know, and then other things are just like the, like, cuck factor kind of thing too, right? It's like, at what point in time are you just, there's a specific word for it. It's like for the sake of. Or can't be helped, right? It's like, oh, I have to put this into every one of my stories because it's just like my signature as a writer, right? But it's like sometimes that can ruin pieces of work. And, like for instance, with Pragmata. Yay, thanks, Twitch, for crashing. Fucking Twitch. Oh, did you see this, Ahab? I got this the other day when I was on Nartosis' stream. I've never gotten this before. They're so bad, they're not even gonna give me an ad. They're just gonna tell me that there's an ad. I don't have ad block, I don't have fucking anything. They just didn't give me an ad. There's like, no, dude, you don't need to see anything. Hell yeah, I love Twitch so much. Just 2 minutes of commercial break in progress.
Such a fucking joke! Oh my god. But I was gonna say, it's like, so you know, for all the shit that people are talking about Pragmata, there are so many things they could have done with Pragmata that would have been, you know, would have validated people's criticism of it. If they had actually sexualized Diana, right? If they had made her, like, have a skimpy outfit, like a nightgown, instead of this massive, bulky fucking thing. If they had, like, you know, made her act weird, like Kiss Hugh, or something like that. Or some other fucking weird thing. But no, there's nothing like that in the game, right? So it's like, when they make criticisms like that, go look at games that actually do that, right? Like, what? Which is so weird to me. And even with, like, all the skins and stuff in the game, right? It's like, it's just funny, wholesome, and great. I hate when people say cute and funny because I know what it means. I've been on 4chan. Well, it's like nowadays you can't, like, I can't say, oh, my 8-year-old niece looks really cute in her, like, bunny Halloween costume. It's like people are gonna take that in the wrong way, right? Because people are fucking freaks. Anyone calls a little girl character cute and funny, send that guy to a camp. See, now that depends, like, it depends, right? It depends on the, like, how you're saying it, right? Because some people are not that deep into the wormhole that they know dog whistles like that. And false positives are all, so it's like, it's very much a, you know, demeanor of the saying, right? It's kind of like the other way that, like, euphemisms are used, right? It's context and tone most of the time, right? Like, cheese pizza, right? Like, who just randomly says cheese pizza? No former context about talking about food, just randomly, just like, cheese pizza. I really like when I get me some cheese pizza. It's like, what? I'm like, I need 3 cheese pizza, bro. It needs to have mozzarella, it's gotta have cheddar, and it's gotta be covered in Parmesan. Then you throw ranch on top of that bitch, and you fucking roll it up, and you fucking eat it like a fucking scone. I need supreme or more than 1 cheese. Yes. Yes. Single cheese, lame-ass fucking cheese pizza? No thank you, man. We need our delicacies. 5 cheese sometimes. Oh, I could do with that. I mean, I'm not, like, a goat cheese fan, but, you know, there's, like, you could have, like, an Alfredo base. Oh, man, I could do with an Alfredo base. Oh, I love me my cheese, though. That's for sure. See? It's like, I love me some cheese put on some pizza. That's for sure. But I'm also like, you put a spinach base with, garlic and, maybe onions? No, mushrooms. Mushrooms, then the cheese, then green peppers. Fuck, that shit sounds so fucking good. Yeah. Light spicy tomato sauce, just a little bit of tinge to it. Oh, yes. Yes. Where you can actually, like, feel it when you lick up the sauce. It's like, yes. And dip that shit in ranch and just cover my mouth in white stuff, right? White and red. I'm sucking cum out of a fucking period pussy. I mean, what? 3, 2, 1, toast. Fuck thin crust pizza. Deep dish all the fucking way, dude. It's called a pie for a reason. And stuff that crust. If you get thin crust, what the fuck are you doing? Well, might as well just eat a salad at that point. Just go eat a salad, bro. Square pizzas. What the fuck? Now, I'm not against square pizzas. The reason I'm not against square pizzas is I just don't see the difference. Cause my thing is, get this, right? So this is how I evaluate the difference. With a square pizza, you have pieces with the crust and pieces without the crust. Right? Whereas with a normal pizza, every piece has the crust. So there's a fundamental difference between that. So it depends on your evaluation of the crust. So I think there are cases where square pizza is warranted. Oh, okay, I mean the square pieces without the crust. Humblest of them all is here. Yo, what's up, Sleepy Humble? Welcome, bro. What you doing? What you got? What you at? How your day going, my man? But yeah, cause like I love the stuffed crust just as much as the next person. But you know what? Sometimes I just don't want crust. I used to hate crust as a kid, but I crust now. It's so good. I'm like a first crust eater. I eat one side bite of crust, end of the tip, one bite of the crust, second part of the tip, and then the last piece, and I just eat it backwards. I'm Italian. You put mozzarella on a stick, I'll probably think it's pretty good. True. Okay. And stuffed crust. Always sleepy. But there are times, right, when stuffed crust is like just too over the top. There are times. I will say it, right? If you're just getting like a nice little personal pizza, it's really hard to stuff that crust. So I think the pie size definitely determines that, right? Like, if you're on the go in the middle of nowhere, and like you're like traveling or something like that, right? Or you're doing some sort of event, you're not gonna necessarily want to get an entire pizza, right? So there are warranted times for it. Especially if it's like, you know, buy the slice and they don't have stuffed crust. So you're just gonna forgo pizza because they don't have stuffed crust? I'm like, I don't know about that. I'm gonna hit up that pizza as much as I fucking can. I love me some pizza. That's for sure. I'll eat any kind of pizza. Bad, good, I don't care. It's fucking pizza. You put tomato sauce on bread, call it pizza, I'll eat it. Fuck that shit. Okay. So let's see what AI thinks the One Piece is. My personal speculation on what it could be, based on everything we've seen. A giant symbolic. I love to make my own bread. Oh, I used to do that, Ahab. I used to make my own bread, my own naan bread, my own sourdough, my own it's like the cheese one? I need to make a pizza from scratch again. Fuck yeah. A giant symbolic party artifact or weapon left by Joy Boy. Maybe something that can literally connect the seas, like
sinking the red line or opening all the seas freely, or a massive ancient contraption tied to the ancient kingdom's technology. Laughing reaction from Roger suggests it's absolutely fitting or iconic in a pirate way. Perhaps a ridiculous amount of gold treasure mixed with something profound that flips the world government's control on its head. Has to be tied to the Rio Pone glyphs and the full truth of the Void Century. Finding it probably reveals the real history, Joy Boy's apology declaration, and why the world is the way it is. The One Piece might literally be the missing piece that completes the puzzle of the world itself. Popular theories, like it being a road to the New World, a sun-related artifact given Nika sun god themes, or even something that lets you write or change history feel plausible given the heavy foreshadowing. As of now, Oda still hasn't shown it in the manga. Didn't he drop something to the bottom of the ocean, though? And didn't he write it down on a piece of paper? Yeah. For the 600 million copies milestone, he wrote down the full answer plus Luffy's ending on paper, tore it in half, and sank it to the bottom part in a sealed chest 620 meters deep in the ocean as a real-life stunt. The full truth stays hidden until the series actually ends. It's peak Oda, turning the biggest mystery into a meta treasure hunt. One Piece does exist, but we're all still sailing toward it. What do you think it is? Wildest theory. Yeah, I think it's some sort of technology. If that does something, terraforming technology. That would be my guess. But the idea that it's actually something, right, is really cool. Because I hate the biggest problem with any series of any time of anything is the ending. If the ending sucks, the show or whatever it is will not be immortalized. The ending has to be like perfect, or whatever it is fades into obscurity. What if you get Alan waked and your writing begins to influence reality? See, Ahab, the problem with that is I already think like that. I believe that every thought I have has some sort of physical reaction in the reality of this universe, or a different universe, or somewhere in some existence, some dimension, somewhere, that my thoughts create things. So what I'm doing to my characters, creating my characters, their stories, their worlds, are either of two spectrums. Me creating them from thin air as a god, or me reaching out with my mind, finding those realities, and absorbing that information. So they're either originally mine, or they do exist somewhere and I'm tapping into them. And in both of these circumstances, I believe that my creations are somewhere out there in reality. Yeah, but like, actually change reality. You can't create 100%, you can influence events. Yeah, Ahab, it's not like, I write down magic works in the real world and all of a sudden I'm flying, right? Oh, I'm invincible, and all of a sudden I'm invincible, right? But you can always think it in your mind for things that are not directly around you, right? It's just a imagination belief structure, and I think that helps a lot with creating, is believing that those things are real. If you're Alan Wake, you're also stuck inside hell, Nadia, basically. What the fuck? Where did my phone get Nadia from, basically? That's like racist Trump. Is Nadia a basic bitch? Damn. Basic Allie? No. You want Nadia. You want basic Nadia. Not basic Allie. Basic Allie? She is no good, man. I'll show you a good time with the basic Nadia. Like, I start typing out basically, my phone goes, hold on, I got this. Oh my god. It's gonna be like stories of self-driving cars where they get, like, basically create, like, traffic jams because they're, like, No, you first. No, you first. No, no, you first. Wait, you know first. And then they crash into each other. Can't tell you how many times like has almost been a slur. Damn, man. You gotta be careful what you're writing out. Why did you just put the N-word randomly in there? Fucking goddamn autocorrect. But where's autocorrect been for me there? Nowhere to be seen. That's why I always turn off. I hate autocorrect. I always turn autocorrect off. I don't even, like, it doesn't even cross my mind. I don't know how people use autocorrect. I'm one of the people back in the day when you had to like press the numbers. Like you didn't have an actual keyboard. Like you had to press like 3-4 times for like H, right? And you'd press like 5 3 times for like I. And you'd like wait a second for it to register that you had like picked the right letter and then move to the next letter, right? Like that's the level of like texting that I was at in fucking high school, bro. And you could speed that shit out like click 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 click. I was typing hella no, not HH 1488, I promise. I should learn the 14 words so I can just say them for fun. I don't actually know what the fuck they are. I know it's like something along the lines of making a future for our race and like making a place in the world for like white babies and like something like that. I don't fucking know though. Which is funny because again, it's like I find it funny because if you took those 14 words and you applied that to Black, Hispanic, Asian, I don't think anyone would have a problem with it. The problem is, you know, and look how racist generally Chinese people are. The Chinese people are goddamn racist as fuck, bro. Literally to the point that they remove, like, they change media. Like, for instance, with, like the two examples that pop off in my head is, like, Finn in Rogue One. His face went from being this big to this big. And then in Black Panther, they put the guy's helmet on so they couldn't see his face. Yeah, no, Chinese, like, Asians have their own tier list of racism. It's pretty fucked up. I love it, though. Because I think it's funny, as someone who's not racist, to see how ridiculous these people think. Right? And it's like, sure, there's stereotypes, but, guys, as much as there's the stereotype of the black guy, like the black gang member, like, shooting up a school, or like shooting up something, like some house or something, there's the exact same thing of like a redneck in a trailer park with a shotgun who his wife cheated on him and he killed his wife and the guy who cheated on his wife. Right? Like, they're a class in and among themselves without race. For every stereotype that you say is a racial stereotype, there's the exact same stereotype of a different race. Just people like to pick and choose which ones, right? Like, I'd say one of the big intelligences for, like, in comparison, like, this might be a hot take, but a comparison between, like, black intelligence and white intelligence, I'm gonna go there, guys. The ability to understand, like, vitamins, how your diet affects you, understanding that a different diet, like, expanding your diet is important, having variety of different things and not having, like, everything be conformed to the same stuff, you know? Understanding, like, the roots of where you came from and how you got to where you are so you can reverse engineer how to make other people get to the same spot that you're at, right? And then there's, like, white people that's like, oh, we have to take everything to its extreme, make it the only, like, pillar of society, and build everything, like,
like it's the importance of all, like with like technology, right? Like industrialization, like just science in general and stuff like that, right? It's like on those spectrums, if you look at history and like the impact those levels of intelligences have made and then assign those to races, it evens out across the board. But technology and infrastructure and like industrialism tends to be a like primarily white thing, like the Western technological world, just speaking from a historical sense, right? And the topic no one wants to talk about is that there is a difference historically in how people have used their intelligence, and you can draw racial biases and stereotypes off of that, right? Oh, boo-hoo! Whitey made thing better. I don't know what we're talking about. I went to go grab a donut. Oh, I was saying a hot take about the difference between black intelligence, for instance, and white intelligence, saying that, like, intelligence in and of itself is like a stereotype across classes within each race, right? Like, the example I gave was the black kid who's like a gang member who like just shoots up like the rival gang versus like the retard white redneck who like shoots his wife with a shotgun because his wife was cheating on him and then goes and shoots the guy who he was cheating on with his wife. It's like they're both low intelligence class level things. They're just stereotypes between two different races. But they're essentially the same intelligence gap across a class, right? And then I was like, now escalate that to the highest level across history of, like, influence. Oh yeah, that's what I think. It's all environment and cultural, really. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. But you still have these stereotypes within those because of those cultural aspects that change that, right? So, for instance, high-level white, put a poor white kid in a black poor neighborhood and he can still become a gangbanger. Exactly. And you put a rich black kid in a poor white neighborhood and he probably might just be the most, you know, like successful, right? So it's like, you can do any combination of them. At the end of the day, it all really drives down to character, right? And then for high intelligence, think about, like, naturalism of, like, let's say, black intelligence of, like, understanding diet, understanding farming, understanding, like, vitamins, and, like, diversity of, like, having different sets of meals, and, like, how to, like, for instance, a great example, look at, like, there's, like, a black tribe in India that hunts underwater with spears, and they can hold their breath for, like, 7 minutes. It's like they basically toned their bodies to be at this certain level, and it's, like, due to the understanding through intelligence on a biological level, right? And it's like, this is the historical impact that, like, black intelligence has had on the world, right? And it's, like, the reason why we have, like, vitamins and stuff like that, because they basically taught us, like, how to get rid of scurvy and different diseases and stuff like that. Whereas, like, high-level white intelligence is a very, like, industrial technology, uniform, singular, like, pillar ideology, right? So it's like, both have their merits on the high end of technology, but historically, they've both had two completely different, impacts on the world. And that's not a bad thing. We treat it like a bad thing, though. And that's what's, you know, what I find is, like, the bad part. Is that we can't just say the truth about what it is. Africa was pretty well off in medieval times, no? Yes! Pretty much. Like, of course there's war, and there's always a bad time, but it's like, really and truly, if you look at then versus now, they're way worse off now because of, like, the difference in power, right? The introduction of high-level technology in a low-technology state completely fucked most of the world, that is like one of the biggest impacts of like the Europeans is introduced. And what's fucked about it is you could say that, but the Europeans didn't even invent gunpowder, right? Like they basically stole gunpowder and said, how can we use this to our advantage, and just started making bigger and bigger fucking projectiles. And then because of their industrialization and like in mass making things, right? Whereas China was super secretive about it, and it was like only like the royalty guard was allowed to know about like the black powder, right? But once the information spread and people learned how to make gunpowder, it was like all bets were off, right? And that kind of shows how a development historically is used with censorship and it stagnates versus being free roam and how it flourishes. Like, I think the evolution of weaponry across the world via gunpowder is probably the one, and like TNT and like dynamite and stuff like that, like the evolution over time. Yeah, Western society, I say, is more about iteration rather than invention. Yeah, we look at something and we say, what can we do with that? And then someone has this, holy shit, look, we can do that. And it's like, oh my god, right? And then you just keep building off that. Like, look at the fact that, like, essentially, we're using the same technology that we've been using for 150 years. But it's just smaller, more fine-tuned, and added tiny tweaks to it. But, like, a car engine, for instance, is, like, essentially the same. Until we get into, like, EVs, but even most of the time, they're the same. Like the difference between, like, a windmill producing electricity in a dam, in, like, a riverway, in, like, the 1400s, and the dam, like the Hoover Dam, creating electrical energy, is scale. It's essentially the same mechanical parts with a little bit of evolution of technology, but it's just taking an idea and bringing it to a higher level, right? Like, nuclear power isn't anything special. It's, hey, we used to use flowing water to turn turbines, and then we found out we could heat water to turn turbines, and now we have a rock that just automatically heats water for us that turns turbines. We still use turbines to make electrical energy from nuclear energy. Nuclear power is the best, though. It's so good. It is. And Ahab, I actually heard something that was really interesting the other day. And this, I love conspiracy theories. And I'm going to take this token, I'm going to say this conspiracy theory. Okay, this is kind of a rabbit hole. There's multiple layers you need to know about this. So the first one is, if it's military technology, it will never be public technology. If it's top grade. If it's the best top grade military technology, it will never be public technology. Okay? So that's like the first context. Then, whenever a technology becomes obsolete, because it's no longer the top tier of the military grade, that's when it becomes public. So, there are two levels of technology. There's nuclear energy and coal energy, basically like natural gases that we have now, right? And under natural gases is kind of like, you know, the same kind of construct with like solar and like wind and tide and, you know, geothermal and all of that, right? But it's on the same level, right, as like coal and oil and gas. And right now, my theory is that the government has higher level of technology. Yeah, my dad worked for an aerospace company that also builds drones. They've been around for a long time before being available for public use. Yeah, exactly. Because you don't want the public to be able to use it against the military. And you don't want your enemies to be able to recreate it, so you don't want to give it to the public. Granted, back then, drone from a truck and the drone was a plane. Yeah, but it was the same idea, which is we've made them smaller and more efficient, right? But basically, like, so the government has, like, the UFO technology, right? Like, basically anti-gravity, wormhole technology, interdimensional travel, you know, understanding of consciousness, and stuff like that, right? But, if they made nuclear technology public... My dad is one of the engineers who developed the original B-2 bomber. That's fucking epic, Ahab. That's crazy. Fuck yeah. That's badass. So if they made nuclear energy public, then people would question, well, if nuclear is the only technology that we know, and nuclear energy is top-tier military grade, well then military has to have a higher level of technology. So by basically making nuclear energy like the worldwide energy source, the military would admit that they have a better source of technology. And they're not currently willing to admit that they have a better source of technology. So they can't make nuclear viable for the public, so they basically have to spend everything they can in, like, making nuclear as bad as possible so people don't fight for having nuclear. That's my conspiracy theory. Those things are so fucking scary up close. I remember walking up to one and looking at it like it was a monster. Yeah. Imagine seeing I can never remember the fucking acronym. TR3B. TR3B. Conspiracy that nuclear bombs aren't as bad as they want us to think. I have, like, a very contradicting view on nuclear weapons because, I don't truly understand the physics of it. But this is my take from what I understand in it, right? Like, for instance, the fusion, like, the difference between fusion and fission, right? If Japan is doing all right. And that's the difference of understanding, Ahab, is because if, for instance, how do you say this? Okay, so for instance, if you look at the nuclear bomb testing sites in, like, the Nevada desert, they're, like, dead zones. Like, you can't go there. Like, you'll just die. Right? But that's because not only do they do, like on-ground explosions, they do underground explosions. The entire ground is completely fucking contaminated in, like, entire swaths of areas. But with, like, Japan, for instance, since they knew that this happened because they had used the bomb in the test at the Trinity test, right? So they knew that it would affect the ground. And they know the difference of a normal bomb, because if you know anything about bomb dynamics, the difference between an air burst and a ground burst. Like, we already know the dynamics of dropping a bomb and exploding it over top of a city versus dropping the bomb on the city, like on the ground. And we know that an air burst usually does more damage over a wider area than just, like, dropping a bomb on a building. Because it'll, like, destabilize building infrastructure and, like, foundations. It will blow out windows, causing, like, mass damage and, like injury. It'll destroy like containers. It'll destroy, like, other things like that. and it just has a wider range, despite not technically doing as much damage, right? So, I mean, in say like 100 years, I think the Earth would be fine. I don't mean completely nuclear apocalypse though, that's for sure. We are fucked thing. Well, the misunderstanding and I think the misconception for like the nuclear winter idea isn't a single nuke. It's thousands of nukes. It's Russia launching every single nuke they have at America. It's China launching every single nuke they have at Japan. It's Japan launching every single nuke they have at Russia. It's America launching every single nuke they have at every single other country except Israel. It's Israel launching their nukes at every single other country, right? So really and truly, the only way we're gonna have a nuclear winter is if, like, every single major city in the world gets nuked within, like, a couple of hours. Because it'll all happen within a couple of hours. And then the accumulation of it all happening at once will be like a chain reaction effect that will fuck up the atmosphere. And, like, fuck up other certain things, and, like, the ecosystems and shit like that. And then there's the fallout and everything else like that. Yeah, it makes no sense any of the world powers to even do. Which is why some people think that MAD is the stupidest idea, right? There's no money in it to gain, no gain. Yeah, who's gonna rule over the survivors, right? So that's why it's like the whole new thing is like the world, like the globalist agenda where they just basically turn us into slaves. And then we're just meat packs for them. And then they have the technology to just completely overwhelm. Like, there's literally nothing we can do. They have alien level technology. Like, they're literally, like, they can create suns. They can create planets. They can create life. They're fucking God. They can go between dimensions. They understand the basis of consciousness. Yeah, guys, it's worse. We aren't going to die. Exactly! Because people think dying is bad. No! No, 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 no. The best thing that can happen is you can die. Dying means it's over! Fuck you, ads! I want to none of your ads up in here, so fuck I don't need you no more. Why are the ads on here? I don't know, don't tell me. I won't know why the ads tell me to go bye-bye. I don't know why I like the ads, cause I know they don't like me. Fuck ads! Sometimes you just gotta do what you gotta do when we see what we got. We know who we are when we do what we can. I'll tell you now, I see through that. Oh, no, you tell me what to do. I'll tell you where to go, what to do, and to be. Don't you ever listen to me about anything. I'm just here to tell you to open your mind. Open your mind. Man, Alan Wake 2 pulled me out of it a bit. The main character is Saga Anderson, a black, mostly finished woman. Also, was a white lady in the Alan Wake ARG. See, I don't know that much about Alan Wake. I just know it's like horror and like monkey's paw, what's the word? Idea, right? Like the worst possible case scenario for, like, you know, worst intention or best intentions lead to the worst places. Like, you're writing a story and that story becomes real, you get sucked into the story and then you realize how fucked you've made your characters and shit like that. I know the devs have seen finished people, but oh. No idea. Because aren't finished people white as fuck? 3, 2, 1, tote! You know what's really funny I just thought of, Ahab? Doing an entire story set in Africa, but making everyone white people. They eat fermented fish and sit in saunas all day. Sound like they know what's going on. I have 2 Finnish friends, and I asked, they've never seen a black person. Well, it's like, okay, so, I'm from BC and like Vancouver, right? Lower Mainland area. You see, like, half the people are Asian, half the people are white, half the people are like a mix between like Hispanic, Filipino, and then like there's like 5 black guys. Oh, and half of them are also Indian. I forgot Indian. And then there's like 5 black guys. It's kind of same here in Alberta, right? It's like there's like 5 black people in the entire town. But there's like, you know, and there's like 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 people in the town. And there's like 1,000 Filipinos, 1,000 fucking brown people, 2,000 white people, and 5 white guys. Or 5 black guys. It's not that I dislike Saga as a character, it's fine, but why did they turn her into a black lady? What the fuck? It's not even like a real complaint, I just... Why would they do that? Yeah, and that's the biggest problem, Ahab, is why did you make this... It's like, oh, I'm gonna make a Viking character. Oh, cool. Wait, why the fuck are they black? Oh, because the Vikings were black. Do you not understand how skin pigment, like, you know skin pigment is a science thing, right? It's not a mystical thing. It's not like, oh, different people have different, you know why different people have different skin tones, right? It's called geography and fucking, like, sun dynamics, right? Like, and this is like literally skin tone proves that the earth isn't flat. By the way, skin tone proves that the earth isn't flat. Because the further you go out on the curve and the closer to the edges, the higher the radiation, the more UV rays you get, thus the more your skin reacts to it, thus the darker pigment of your skin to protect against UV radiation. Whereas if you're on the tips, you're further from the sun, so that distance causes a temperature variant as well that causes less UV rays, so your skin doesn't affect it as much. So you have a lighter skin pigment. It's literally a scientific thing. Also, what disproves the Earth being flat is it's retarded. Yeah. It's just, I've never heard anyone say that race proves that the Earth isn't flat. And I was just thinking about it, and I'm like, that's the next argument. I'm going to get into an argument with a flat earther, and I'm going to say, well, actually, race proves that the Earth isn't flat, because if you look at geography and dynamics, prove how a flat Earth could actually make a black person and a white person. right? Like, explain that. You can't. And you can, it's flawed fucking science, bitch. Also, yeah. I just love this, like, the, basically everything you do can disprove the flat Earth is flat. It's like, guys, we dealt with this how long ago? How long ago was Galileo? Like, we've known that the Earth isn't flat for like 2,000 years, guys. Like, what the fuck? How is this coming back so hard? And it's like, I blame scientific institutions for shooting themselves in the foot, and for there actually being, like, the government for actually losing the trust of the people because every conspiracy theory is fucking true and they actually did it. And, yeah. It's like, I heard this quote the other day about the Alex Jones razor. Like, the Jones razor, where it's like, whatever Alex Jones says, just believe it to be true. Sure, she can be named Saga and name her daughter Logan, but I can't have a son named Ladarius. Now, can I? I don't know. I think Ladarius is fine. I think it's more of having the name, like, trying to think of the stupidest name I can think of. Darnell. Darnell. You ever met a white guy named Darnell? I like to say it's a joke, by the way. I mean, yeah, it's fair enough, right? Like, should I name my daughter LaQuisha? Or like Tarina or something like that. Something, I was gonna say retarded, but I thought better of it, because I'm not judging. I make up my own names, right? But I mean, there are some names that you question. Like, that's a name? I mean, fine, okay. I mean, fair enough. It's vowels and numbers and letters, I guess so. Like, you're not gonna meet a black guy named... I know. That's a Finnish name. I was gonna say you're not gonna meet a black guy named they're freaks, dude. Finns are freaks. That's crazy. Haruki, or like Toshido, or like, you might meet a black guy named Chinto, though. Literally, they are a fantasy race brought into our world. Well, that's interesting. I like the idea, though, because one of the things I want to do, especially in the Final Fantasy book, is each race has their own name convention, right? So, like, you'll never see this race with this name. That was, like, one of the big things when I was doing, like, naming conventions for the races. Like, I literally have that down in my notes. Is it in here? Beastman species. No, that's just the Beastman. Race schematics. Yeah, I literally have race schematics. So Octopi naming scheme, American name, Jack. Take the name and manipulate it to Ka-Jeek or Ku-Jack, adding vowels to separate consonants, elongate or truncate. And then it's all about them. Insectoid names. Oh, is this just specifically for octopi? Oh, there it is. Naming scheme, European. So like Gunther, Vladimir, you know, something like that. And then you'd use this same manipulation to change the names. So you'd have like a basic base names, and then you have this artificial manipulation that changes the names, and then insectoids are Asian. So it's like you'll never see this species with this name, right? And that's how I assure that through using that naming convention. So that's literally like how I've already set up the species to make them feel like they're different, right? And you can tell based upon someone's name what species they are. Like, I want you to literally be able to tell. Just be like, oh shit, okay, I think that guy might be an octopi. Oh shit, that guy might be an insectoid. That guy's definitely a beastman. With a name like that, Utu Waku Tokoto? Yeah, no, that guy's a fucking beastman. He's proud of his name. Aura are the dragon ladies, I think, which I think dragon lady is a slur. I mean, I wouldn't mind, like, a massive dragon Fuda mommy dommy. She could breathe fire on me all day, light my candle. I mean, what? They're small, cute, petite, blue-skinned ladies with some scales, a tail, and horns. I think of them like the Final Fantasy XIV characters. The ones that are like... I don't know what one they're called, but they have like the crystals on them and stuff with like the horns. Yeah, they're the FF14 ones. Yeah. I don't know what the actual name of the species. Oh, is that what they're called? Aura? I haven't played Final Fantasy XIV since they were a species. So, I'm wait, what species is my main character in 14? Lalafell. I'm thinking Tarutaru. I was like, what's the equivalent of Tarutaru? The small people. Yeah, my Final Fantasy 14 character probably is actually not good. I'm wearing the sluttiest outfit in the entire game, and I'm little lolly, Lalafell. Probably not the best, but that's my Final Fantasy 14 character. Last I left it. Just because I was like, I'm gonna quit and I'm gonna have this be... No, but it's like, I don't normally do that. I just purposefully did that before I quit to make my character just be like, you know, you know. If anyone ever looked up my character, and the character's name is Mistress Denna. Because of what, if you know Sword of Truth, it's kind of like a play on the character, despite being a Lalafell. I make one thing, and I do it well. Hot ladies and tin cans. I like the idea of, you know, leave something to the imagination, right? I think that's one of the more important factors. With big fuck off axes. That's when they're like, they have like massive axes for hands, and they're like, you want a hand job? Slice, 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 slice. Oh man. No helmet, of course. Gotta know what that they're hot and can cleave you in half. Yeah. Because it's just like, I guess you could say it's overdone to the point of the body, where it's like, where's, like, for instance, Warhammer 40k Dreadnought, right? But with, like, Sydney Sweeney's face? Or, like, someone, you know, a hot chick's face? I don't know. But they look cute when I switch my job to the chef or fisherman's jobs. Should I do that, Ahab? Should I make a character that's literally like... Because, like, in Techno, right? It's like a cyberpunk city, right? So they have cyborgs, and it's... So, should I make a character who's literally like a Warhammer 40k Dreadnought, but they have, like, a really hot chick's face? Like, just somehow the morphism of it works to make it so that there's, like, a face on their chest or something like that? Or, like, they're a miniaturized down version of it, where they're, like, normal sized, but they're basically, like, a war machine. There's an entire faction that are, like, the Amazons, right? Like, what faction in the world of Warhammer 40k is all-woman civilization? I know there is one. Yeah, Sisters of something. The Adepta Sororitas, Sisters of Battle. Yeah, so there's, like, literally an entire, like, Amazonian, like, full female style thing, right? But Dreadnoughts, I think, are Space Marines that I can keep going. I just mean the fact of Ahab that, like, instead of making their body sexy, right? You make their body into, like, this mechanical scrap of, like, machinery, of, like, destruction, and then give it, like, a really hot head on top to make the character, like, really, like... Because, like, most of the characters are supposed to be, like, off-putting with, like, their like, whatevers, right? So this is, like, the opposite of sexualization, right? We made her look the hottest you could ever be, and then you imagine what her body would be like, and it's just... And you introduce the character when it's, like, they just pop their head out. And you're like, holy shit, that could be, like, a really hot character. And it's like... They walk out as, like, a fucking mech, and you're just like, what the fuck is that? I'm like, it fits Stoner Girl Evolution perfectly. Or like the Empire says, you will keep going. One of the characters in my story is just an attractive, angelic-faced woman in fucking platinum white heavy-ass armor. She smacks things really hard with a mace. Yeah, but Ahab, I mean, like, completely, because you know how, like a dude looks at a dreadnought, right? And is like, for the Emperor! I will be one of those one day, right? Like, that's badass as fuck. And so take that equivalent and then apply that to, like, a woman, right? For the satire of, like, you know, women are supposed to be attractive and hot. Well, it's like, we'll give them that fantasy of it, but add it the war machine body. And just to, like, fuck with people, right? That's how I think about it. As this is a subversion of expectations, right? And that's kind of what this entire story is. The entire story is built around subversion of expectations throughout the entire fucking story. So I think that would be absolutely amazing. Because, like, everything in this is going to be ridiculous. And this is going to get more and more and more ridiculous as it goes through, right? Like, we're literally going to have, like, nostril training with, like, the main character, right? Where it's, like, Zombie is literally going to be so epic, he, like, bounces bullets off of his nose. Like that fucking AI video of, I don't remember who it was. It was someone versus Ip Man, and Ip Man's just like, and his nose just flicks and it turns the bullet around and sends it back. Nostril training. What are you, the IDF? No, it was this really funny AI clip of, like, Ip Man fighting, like, some guy, and he had a gun. Maybe it was Rambo or something, and he fires, and then Ip Man just, like, tilts his head back and, like, flexes his nostril, and the bullet just, like, hits his nostril and, like, turns around and just starts heading in the opposite direction. And I was like, I have to steal that and make that a scene. Because, like, this whole point of the fights are supposed to be... I never watched Ip Man, but I loved when my Asian friend would tell me he was a real guy. Like, the act... Like, he's... Ip Man is the master who trained Bruce Lee. Right? Like, that's... And he was, like, a historical Japanese political figure in World War I. I don't know if he was also in World War II. He might have, because, like, but I don't know. Yeah, but the movies are ridiculous. Oh, they absolutely are. Yeah. His like, I don't know about the actual martial arts and shit like that, like how OP that shit is, like Wing Chun, but I know he played an extreme role in, like, activism and political stuff like that as, like, an activist during the war and stuff like that. Have you seen The Raid? No, what is that, Ahab? The Raid. Never heard of it. Those movies are fucking sick as hell. Huh, interesting. I might have to check them out. Never heard of them. Sounds interesting. The movie about dudes fighting real fucking hard, basically. Like Baki style? Oh. It's mostly martial arts. Three, two, one, go! Traditional Indonesian martial art. Pencak Silat. Interesting. Oh, dude, absolutely. Dude, I'll make the Machinist. Dreadnought with the sexy head. It'll be the Machinist. 100%. So we don't even have to make a new character, we just know that that's what that character is going to be. When you said the Machinist, I thought you meant the movie where Christian Bale starved himself for the role. Oh, the one where he dropped more weight than Matthew McConaughey in Dallas Buyers Club, where he said, what, he ate a piece of toast and like a piece of bread and there was something else. It was like a cup of water, a piece of bread, and basically cigarettes and coffee. Yeah. But I know he had specifically 2 things that he ate in a day, and it was bread and something else. I was like, that was basically what kept him alive the entire time. He looked so disturbing. Yeah, like the mouth, like his fucking rib cage and everything like that. And that's the difference, if you can tell, if you know your biology, the difference between someone who's actually starving and someone who's just extremely malnourished. Because like, deformation of your stomach over long term from malnutrition causes like bloating and expansion, but like controlled malnutrition with you know, just an under diet like that just causes like condensing, right? So it's like a fundamental difference between like starvation and just pure like long-term starvation, like lifetime long-term starvation, and like immediate malnutrition. Still looked like a person. That's what was uncanny. It was like literally ghoulish. Yeah. And it's the lengths that, you know, actors go to put on roles. And I mean, there's more than just one, but like for instance, like Heath Ledger, for instance, right? Getting so into a role that you wind up killing yourself. There's other actors that have done nearly the same thing, gone on like, you know, rampages, basically, like gone completely psycho, completely like, you know, just off the walls, shit like that. It's like, it happens. And Cincinnati. Robert Downey Jr. went nuts for a while. Oh, dude. So did Johnny Depp. I need piss and drink. I'll be right back. Yeah, I was gonna say, Scotty, I saw a guy at my work wearing a Faku shirt to work. That's a hentai site for pornographic material. Nice! Fuck yeah, Ahab. Did anyone say anything about it? Or did you just snicker to yourself? 3, 2, 1, toke! Based. Based, bro. Alright. So, we have choices here, Ahab, because I've been waiting for either Relic or Prol to show up. And I think Prol will show up in, like, the next 15 minutes or so. That's usually around when he shows up. As soon as I have other plans, Prol shows up. I forget what game I got on there. It's probably the only, yeah, sounds about right. But, yeah, I don't know. So we should start reading The Great Hunt. Play My Pig Princess. I'm hoping that it's just a, like, pet fetish cosplay. It's really vanilla. Like, you know, if they got, like, it's extremely vanilla. Yeah, just the title itself, I'm just like, yeah, that's not something I'm gonna click on. Mine's more like... See, Dad went for milk. Now I'm milking stepmom. It's a thick pink baddie. We got your nice dommy mommy, like, aspiring, atmosphere. Three, two, one, go! Whom you, just a thick pink baddie, whom you probably grow a family with and marry and make an honest woman out of, I'm guessing. I need myself a thick baddie. Thick goth baddie, though. That would be the dream. Oh. So, I think what we're gonna do while we wait is we're going to read A Great Hunt, next chapter. And, Karen's prison stream, then. When? see if... if I had, like, if I was streaming on my other PC, I mean, I've already technically shown dick and tits and shit on the stream, right? Like, we watched Wolf of Wall Street, right? Like, we've pretty much broken every TOS there is. So, yeah, so that would be the next step, right? Of, like, pushing the line of being like, what can I get away with? Because Twitch doesn't fucking give a shit about me. But that would probably be to actually, it's only porn if you're bad at the game, which is funny. Yeah, because you want to be bad. Is that, oh my god, I was just going to say this, more games should do that. Ahab, that's why I'm bad at games. Because I've only ever played hentai games, so I only know how to lose. I know how to lose in every single way possible. It's a completionist's dream. You don't have to win. You just gotta do all of them. Oh. Reward you for dying like that. That Dark Souls just rode some... You just rode some dick if you lost. You'd be a lot more scared of losing. It's just like a 45-second animation of whatever you're fighting, just like ripping off your armor and just desecrating your corpse. Oh, it grants you a debuff. Diablo takes away an enchantment. I mean, technically in Dark Souls you lose your souls, but you can get them back. As long as you don't die again, before you get them back. Alright, well, Chapter 29! The Great Hunt, Book 2 of the Wheel of Time! Shall we? Yeah, but imagine if you died, lost your souls, and got the chafing debuff so you can only walk. Oh god, that's good. That's good. I like that. I like that a lot. Woo-wee! What a time. What a time to be alive. And it's like different monsters that kill you, like different bosses, and you can get like STDs from like the bosses. It's just, I guess, fear and hunger. You get defeated, you get monster graved, and your legs don't work. Chapter 29. Sean-chan. Sean-chan? Sean-chan, are you there? Sean-chan? Sean-chan! Joffrem Bornhold ignored the smell of burning houses and the bodies that lay sprawled on the dirt of the street. There's literally a debuff in Fear and Hunger where you get rectal bleeding. Guys, I'm a trans and I'm on my period. No, you're bleeding from your anus. Go to the hospital before you die. Excuse me.
Spire and the white-cloaked guard of 100 rode into the village at his heels, half the men he had with him. His legion was too scattered for his liking, with questioners having too many of the commands. But his orders had been explicit: obey the questioners. There had been but slight resistance here. Only half a dozen dwellings gave off columns of smoke. The inn was still standing. He saw white plastered stone like almost every structure on Almoth Plain, raining up before the inn. His eyes went past the prisoners as soldiers held near the village, well to the long gibbet marring the village green. It was hastily made, only a long pole on uprights, but it held 30 bodies, their clothes ruffled by the breeze. There were small bodies hanging among their elders. Even buyers stared at that in disbelief. "Muad," he roared. A grizzled man trotted away from those holding the prisoners. Muad had fallen into the hands of dark friends. Once his scarred face took even the strongest aback. "Is this your work, Muad, or the Shanchan?" "Neither, my lord captain." Muad's voice was a hoarse, whispered growl. Another leaving of the dark friends. He said no more. Bornhold frowned. "Surely that lot did not do it," he said, gesturing to the prisoners. The children did not look so neat as when he had brought them across Terabon, but they seemed ready to parade compared to the rabble that crouched under their watchful eyes. Men in rags and bits of armor with sullen faces, remnants of the army Terabon had sent against the invaders on Toman Head. Muad hesitated, then said carefully, "The villagers say they wore Teraboner cloaks, my lord captain. There was a big man among them with gray eyes and a long mustache that sounds twin to child Irwin, and a young lad trying to hide a pretty face behind a yellow beard, and fought with his left hand. Sounds almost like Child Juan, my lord captain. I always forget if Blair White kept her service weapon or not." "No idea, Ahab." I don't know who Blair White is, so I wouldn't know. She gets dicked down, you know? Questioners, Borhold's fat, Irwin, and Juan were among those he had to hand over to the questioner's command. He had seen questioner tactics before, but this was the first time he had ever been faced with children's bodies. "My lord captain says so." Wad made it sound like fervent argument. "Trans lady who is a alt-right grifter, I think." "Oh, I have no idea. Probably. They're all fucking creeps and weirdos, right?" Shaitan says trans rights. I mean, you can do whatever you want, just don't involve other people. And not kids. If you can't get a tattoo, you can't get fucking trans. Right? I think that's fair. We've already drawn the line in the fucking sand. We know what the age of consent is. Shaitan involves kids, you know it. I mean, I had a guy named Connection Line who he never comes by anymore. He was trans, and he didn't like the fact that I'm against trans kids. Scotty is one of the villains in the story you're reading. Oh!
Oh, that's like the other name for the Dark One, is Shaitan, Baalzamon, the Dark One. I forgot that Shaitan is another one of his names. Yeah, obviously he involves kids, because that's kind of like, it's already kind of been shown, right? That, like, he manipulates and, like, corrupts, and he would love Translose. Yeah. And, like, you know, modification. And that's why, wait, is Luz the Wheel of Time character? I don't know. I have not met a character called Luz. Maybe. I know Theron. I know Theron is a name. Isn't that, isn't Luz Theron one of the heroes from, like, one of the tales, like the Great Hunt or something like that? He was, like, one of the originals, like, dragons, like, before the breaking of the world. I'm not 100% sure. I don't really know, like, beyond what I've read so far, I don't know anything about the Wheel of Time. Yeah, this is the second, we're halfway through the second book. So, and that's literally the only lore I know. The only other lore I know is that pieces, like the Sword of Truth, I'm on the first book. The Sword of Truth took great inspiration from the Wheel of Time. So, like, the Aes Sedai and, like, the Sisters of the Dark, the Sisters of the Light, the Mord Sith, like, the Sword of Truth itself, like, Richard, like, there's a lot of, like, comparisons, you could say, between it, like, Jagang, and, when they're running from the Trolloc. The entire first book is them running from fucking Trollocs. Literally, like, 600 pages of running from Trollocs and then 200 pages of, like, hiding from Trollocs. And then engaging with Trollocs and finally, basically, and then they meet up and then they have, like, the battle, and then Rand basically blows the fuck out of the entire Trolloc army and learns that he, like, can use the one power. I don't even remember why he did it. I know there was some, because it was, there was something that triggered him. Rand. Yeah, Rand's the main character. Rand basically, like, created a lightning storm, as far as I remember, and, like, struck down the entire Trolloc army. Burnt their entire fucking army to ash. Crazy shit. And it's like that idea of the power of need from the Sword of Truth, where Richard's a war wizard, where it's the power of need. I don't know why I thought Ganosh Perrin, or whatever. That's definitely a Malazan name. Fuck Malazan, there's 500 different characters. What's Malazan? Is that like a history inside of the Wheel of Time, or is that a separate series? Huge fantasy series. Oh, okay. Interesting. With a prequel and a sequel. Ooh, interesting. Maybe I'll have to check it out. Hear that, George R.R. Martin? I like sequels that are already completed, or series, sorry, that are already completed. Yeah. That's what I need to know, that it's complete, and it's over, and it's done. Like, I don't want to read A Song of Ice and Fire until the last book is out. Because I don't want to be on a cliffhanger for fucking 22 years. And I probably won't even read it if he doesn't finish it before he dies and his son finishes reading it, because I finished Dune. And I was disappointed with Dune. Like, motherfucking goddamn all the other fantasy series at this point. And that's why I don't want to write a 12-book series, Ahab. I want to write, like, 1 to 2 books, maybe a trilogy, and have, like, 8 or 9 different series. That would be, like, my goal for, like, the next 40 or 50 years. I don't know how Malzone got finished. It's huge. Probably because they had an idea of how to end it in the beginning. They just kept adding stuff. Because, like, I always start from the end. Every story I ever write, I always start from the end. Because I think that's the most important part. The end and the start. The end doesn't feed into the start. Is it really good? It needs to be a cycle. The story goes over, like, hundreds of years at the least. Yeah. Well, I didn't know that, for instance, I'm pretty sure Foundation is actually an Isaac Asimov series. Sci-fi series. I didn't know that. Now it makes me really, really want to read the books. But I think they've done Foundation fucking fantastically well. So I'm excited for them to actually be able to finish Foundation and see what it looks like as a series, and then read the books. Forget that Foundation is an Asimov series. Yeah. It's so underrated, underrepresented, and it's because it's just so out there, right? It's like too much for some people, right? When it comes to sci-fi. It's like a mystical sci-fi, right? And then, like, the time span, like, literally thousands and thousands of years is, like, a lot to grasp, right? Time scales tend to be something that's very intimidating for people. That's why, at least with, like, Game of Thrones or A Song of Ice and Fire, it's like most of it's set within, like, a 10 year time period, right? I want a show for the Culture series. I think I've heard of that? The Culture? Is that... Oh, it's not McCarthy. It's someone else, right? Oh, it's adjacent to Cormac McCarthy, I think. Sci-fi anthology book series. It's really good. Latin Banks. Lane Banks. There's so many good ones out there. Oh. Just add mine to the shelf, right? At the end of the day. That's my goal. Just add mine to the shelf. Ian, not Lane. Ian Banks. World War XI! The English language really is fucking dumb. But some people are dumber than the English language. Guys, if you're dumber, that should be the test. If you're dumber than the English language, that should be the voting test. Because we all know English is fucking dumb. World War XI phonetically is like, wee. We gotta take this wee. We all gotta do Remembrance Day for wee. Oh god, it's a good time. Cut them down, Bornhold said wearily. Cut them down and make sure the villagers know there will be no more killing. This fool decides to be brave because his woman is watching and I have to make an example. He dismounted, eyeing the prisoners again as Muad hurried off.
calling for ladders and knives. He had more to think about than questioners overzealousness. He wished he could stop thinking about questioners altogether. The Nintendo Wii was just Wii minus the W. War 2. Guys, it's the evolution of war. War 2. I like the sound of that. It's a new patch. Like the DLC. Sex 2. Well, actually, we know what Sex 2 is, Hayhab. We're waiting for Sex 3. Sex 2 is anal. But we don't know what Sex 3 is. Because oral doesn't count. Guys, holy shit, they're making shitting 2. Guys, they just dropped the patch notes for shitting 2. I can go eat as much Indian food as I want now. Oh my god, the parameters were lowered for indigestion. Holy shit, oh my god, new gut bacteria. This shit is OP, dude. Oh my god. I'm gonna have a feast tomorrow. Nom nomsicles, get the boys, let's go! Barbecue time! Guys, fixed issue where toilet gets clogged on a ghost load. Shitting 2.0 also includes new toilet physics. Now we can low flow with no problems. It's environmentally safe and it's shit proof. Guaranteed to suck a baby down there. Also includes new pissing update, custom sounds added to pissing stream. Dude, bug fixes! They finally fixed leaking after you take a piss! Now you won't have to stand there and shake for 25 minutes! Guys, oh my god, I'm gonna go take a piss right now. Oh wait, the patch hasn't dropped, these are just the notes. Fuck! Now I got piss on my pants. Damn it, why did it take them 2,000 years to fix this fucking bug? Right on, ants we go with the ants. We are where we go with the ants. We are ants and be what we are ants. We know where we go when ants be at. We want to know why ants be where ants are now. Don't tell me what the ads are, cause I can't see right now and I don't know if your ads are my ads. So I couldn't tell you if I know if you know if those ads are genuine to me or not. No ads for you or me. Let's take those ads then tell those fads about the inside job. I mean, what? No, not, what, no, a resident toilet bowl would be so cool. Musical pissing would be the highlight of any day. Yeah, that is a fucking invention right there. Depending on where your stream hits, it's a different note. Yeah, so think of like a piano layout, but it's like pressure based, so it's like on a urinal, and wherever you piss, it makes a different note, so you're just like making a song. Women would be mad that they had to miss out on all the fun. Scotty, do you know? What's up, Blessed? What's up, Blessed? Do I know the Muffin Man? Fuck, do I know the Muffin Man? Of course I know. His name is Smokey, and he fucked my mom. I mean, what? It's okay, I fucked his mom first. Women are probably why we don't have resonant toilet bowls. Yeah, they would say it would be sexist. The Muffin Man. Of course, the Muffin Man. They would say it would be sexist. Why can't we just have our fun? Goddamn liberals. True, Ahab. Why can't we just have our fun? You know? Why do people have to take things so seriously? Ridiculous. Ridiculous. 3, 2, 1, toke. You know when you run your fingers over certain glass cups, it rings. Yeah. No, I can't do it because I don't have a steady hand, but... probably needs more water. Well, you can, but that didn't work. Toilet to do that with my pee. You know when you get your... I am a closet Republican. So, a Democrat? Figure that out. The problem is, the Democrats aren't Democrats anymore. They're communists. They just portray themselves as Democrats. So because you're a closet Republican, you're an actual Democrat, but they're communists posing as Democrats, which gives a bad name to Democrats, which is why Democrats have to pretend to be Republicans. That's literally the current political sphere that we live in. And then just add the complications of racism. Don't fascists call whoever they don't oppose fascist? Yes, they do, Ahab. They call them fascists, racists, and they use every tactic in the book, every underhanded move, every misconception, every lie possible, every misinformation they can to get their way. That is exactly what fascists do. Scotty could be a pirate in Pirates of the Caribbean. I'd be like that guy whose eye is always falling out. Yeah, but Pirates of the Caribbean owned. You know, like the Democrats call it a pegboard. I don't know. Pirates call it a peg boy. Well, you need females to peg. Or unless you're castrated. I guess if you're a male and you're castrated and you're wearing a strap-on, that's still pegging. Right? Peg boys were a real thing, by the way. Yeah, but I bet peg meant a different fucking thing back then, right? Like a peg leg? Right? Like when they said peg leg, they didn't mean they were pegging you with their leg. Right? Peg is, I believe, a rather, like, relatively newer term. Oh no, they meant fucking them. Oh, really? My stomach turned. Really? I didn't know that. So I always wondered where peg leg comes from.
Well, we all know butt pirates were pirates because they didn't do anything else, and they had slaves, and of course they'd be like, a lot of them were probably young boys, so they could like, you know, have them as slaves as young boys, and then probably raise them to be like part of the crew, right? It's how you train the next generation. That was just how things happened. Just the way that it is. And you don't have to, because you can't have like women and whores and babies and shit like that on board, right? So it's like, it's kind of one of those things. It's an evolution of it. It's fucking terrible, but it's reality. Women are bad luck. They really are, man. Real pirates were not good guys. No, because the idea of piracy was the fact that they were stealing from people and killing people and doing all kinds of horrible stuff. Pirates were never good guys. Anything that portrays pirates as good guys is using the word incorrectly. I mean, they thought women on board was bad luck. No, yeah, I know. It was literally a superstition. So they didn't bring women with them. But most of that was because if it was a long voyage and a woman got pregnant, or everyone fought over the woman. Like, everyone knows if you have a woman, everything goes to shit around a bunch of dudes if you don't have, like, the same amount of women as dudes. And then it causes even different problems. So it's a big thing. There were those women pirates, though, too. And Bonnie. Oh, I'm sure, absolutely. Like, there are some badass bitches out there. It's just not to the same pirate. The anti-hero. Do you mean villain? Generally, they're usually out for themselves, right? They don't have like a greater goal. They're just living their best life in some cases. Not everyone else's, but their own. Sometimes living your best life means those around you can't live their best life. That's just how some people are. Steal from the trading companies and get fucking plastered. Well, they would steal from anyone. They'd steal from each other. There's probably more infighting and trading of like, oh, I got this off this guy, and then got like roundabout, like fucking transition of stuff because probably had the coolest shit. Yeah, because they had the trading companies were fucking scary, dude. Like that'd be like going up against fucking like the US military right now. Imagine getting a rum ship after drinking disgusting fucking grog. How good it would be. How amazing that rum would be. It's like the good stuff versus your fucking whatever the fuck you've been able to make and store and get. Girl dinner. I ate a pile of chips, hot cookies, and milk. Speaking of chips, actually, I have chips. I have chips here. I was saving those for later because we're most likely, because I don't think Kroll and Relic are gonna be here, so we're gonna watch the new Allcraft video. Because I think it's gonna be fucking hilarious. So, unless you guys want to do something else, what's grog? Moonshine? It's basically like the lowest of the low, like whatever you could get on a ship, right? Like usually it was like the foulest of the most fermented of like the nastiest shit, right? Like, I'm pretty sure grog wasn't like its own thing. It was like what you called the bottom of the barrel. Right? It is a classification in and among itself because of how terrible it was. It'd be like if I just started to kind of just randomly, you know, left shit in the fridge or whatever, you know, threw it in a barrel in the backyard. It's not gonna be good. He's gonna fucking kill you. It's probably gonna fucking kill you. You don't know how to do it right. He dismounted, eyeing the prisoners again as Muad
hurried off, calling for ladders and knives. He had more to think of than questioners. Overzealous, he wished you could stop thinking about questioners altogether. Fermented pit, sweet wrung from soiled swag. Sounds about right. Man, probably chewed on sugarcane too. Man, pirates probably chewed on sugarcane too. Oh, probably. Probably a lot of things chewed on. Hey, Pro! What's up? What's up, idiots? Yo, fucktard, how's it going, my man? What you at? What you got? What you doing? How are you? What's your day looking like, bro? Welcome, welcome. We're just reading The Great Hunt right now. Good, just got off work. Fuck yeah. Good to hear, man. Hope work was good. Had a good day, so you're just chilling now? Perfectly addressed. Yup. I mean, I couldn't have said it better myself. Bro, why you be a peg boy if you were... Would you be a peg boy if you were a pirate? Scotty said he would be. Of course I would be. As long as they're the ones getting pegged. That's what's important. I'm not the one pegging, I'm the one getting pegged. That needs to be an important distinction. My day is looking like a margarita in my ninja smoothie machine. A hot bath, blunt, and crimson desert. Fuck yeah, Prol. That sounds epic. Who says he isn't already? Damn, Blessed. You know how to say it. You know how to say it, right? I would be a scout if I was a pirate. Interesting. Or a ledgerman. Yeah, like he takes notes, you know, he categorizes all of the loot, you know. Jewish pirate accountant. Ninja Blender is awesome. My fucking hell, words. Air fryer is a ninja as well, Blessed. Ninja is a really, really, really underrated brand. Everything I've had that was Ninja works amazing. Now I know what a ledgerman is. What do you pay for your IQ lowering machine? It's called a hammer, Blessed. You just whack, 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 lower IQ. I think the actual real definition of accountant is Jewish pirate. Maybe, Prol. Maybe. I want the Ninja Cream 1. Fucking Christ. I have a Ninja Roomba vacuum that's goated. Ninja for real can do anything. Yeah, man. They got so many different fucking brands of shit. It makes ice cream. Holy shit, Ahab. I need one of those. Homemade ice cream? I can make my own? Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah, dude. Ninja self-sucker when? You mean a ninja fleshlight? Wait, what? Ninja is the better Shark brand. Shark is like the mid-tier. Because usually Ninja's not that expensive. Plus any kind of smoothie. Mine can make margaritas, frappes, and milkshakes. Nice. I didn't know a Roomba vacuum could do that, bro. I couldn't help myself, I'm sorry. You just stick fruit and shit in the dust collector. By vacuuming it. I tried the vacuum on the peen, was pleasing. Why would you think that it would feel... This is what I don't understand. People that put their dick in a vacuum. Why would you
Yeah,
think?
uses the lint as little clouds, as garnishes, you twat.
Why would you think that like the vacuum, putting the vacuum on your dick would feel good? I don't understand that. I gotta take a piss. I'll be right back. This is too good. I don't understand. Like, they've always thought that. Like, why would you think that would? Like, the curiosity of the fact that people think that it would feel good would be like the only reason. Yeah, but if you know how suction works, like you just put it on your hand and the suction stops. No, that's how a real thing. That's a real thing. That's how penis pumps work. That's a fine texture to the mixed cocktail toenails and lint dusters to help you drink cling to something, giving you more legs. Shit.
British bartender be like,
Oh. Oh. Okay, what did I miss? Chemist Prelio getting cross-eyed. British bartender be like, beautiful disaster. I were ninja, I'd make a machine that you could use to suck yourself and make a smoothie. Conversation made my day. And it also cleans your business, too. Simultaneously, if one wishes to, but either attachment can work independently from one another, too. None, one, to total some mankind. We need technical drawing for the USPTO. Ultra Sucker Pulverizer Turbo Omega? I wish Celine came back. We need a girl so bad. Well, we have Miss Shadow, right? She shows up every once in a while. You know, I mean, we had Book for a while there. I haven't seen Book in a while, though. Country Girl pops in every once in a while. Why? Is it sounding like a good idea? No, to steer us away from these fucked up conversations. Oh, I'm onto something. So we need a lady. No, but we sound like a middle school lunch table, LMAO. For all it's about to burst. I mean, a mommy dommy wouldn't be bad, but I wouldn't ever, like, I wouldn't ever wish us upon anyone ever, you know? Like, they would have to, it would have to be of their own volition, and, like, they would have to be pretty fucked up. Right? Like, we tend to scare them away, but we're just real. We're just having a good time. It doesn't really matter, right? It is what it is. Saying ninja are really good at their job. Making quality items that seem to work and last. I agree.
Could write a super bad kind of movie so easily.
Yeah. Yeah. I could see it. I could see it. They do not put up much of fight, my lord captain, Bear said. Neither these terraboners or what is left of the Damani snap like cornered rats, but run as soon as anything snaps back. Just a team of a bunch of chats put together by some writers here. Scotty plays Michael Cera character. 100%. 100%. I'm that stereotype. Totally. Scotty is absolutely him, yeah. Everyone said I was Michael Cera, man. When Superbad came out, it's like, yep, that's me. I'm like, yep. Relic is the I didn't want to say it, Troll. I didn't want to say that Relic was Jonah Hill, but I think we all know Relic is Jonah Hill. And Smokey is McLovin. Smokey's McLovin. Scotty is Michael Cera, who's the gay guy. You mean McLovin? That's Smokey. That's 100% Smokey. McLovin is Smokey. Fogel is not gay. My name is Scott Pilgrim vs. the World. Oh, were you thinking of like Gideon or whatever? Or... Let us see how we... Fogel is literally the least gay. Fogel's the only one who actually gets it in. Thinking of the gay roommate in Scott Pilgrim. Oh. Let us see how we do against these invaders. Fire before we look down on these men, yes? The prisoners' faces bore a defeated look that had been there before his men came. Muad. Have Muad pick one out for me. Muad's face was enough to soften most men's resolve by itself. An officer, preferably. One who looks intelligent enough to tell what he has seen without embroidery, but young enough not to have yet grown a full backbone. Tell Muad to be not too gentle about it, yes? Make the fellow believe that I mean to see worse happen to him than he ever dreamed of, unless he convinces me otherwise. He tossed his reins to one of the children and strode into the inn. Because you live in Canada, your name is Scotty, and someone said Michael Cera. Google in real life is a chill, man. Fogel. You know what's a banger movie? The Ringer. I've heard of that one. It's a comedy, right? The innkeeper was there. Knoxville surprised me. The innkeeper was there for a wonder and obsequious sweating man. So dirty. It's a movie about a guy faking he's retarded to join the Special Olympics. Ah. So it's a comedy. Came out around the same time as South Park episode did the same thing by complete coincidence. To win a woman. I mean, if you think that sort of thing is funny, Scotty. It's supposed to be a joke, Ahab. I say problematic. I just think it's the ridiculousness of it. So it's like you're gonna pull all the stops and all the jokes and everything, right? Or is it done, like, seriously? Because I'm like, I think that only kind of works as a comedy, right? Post-fucking retards have feelings. Makes me want to bring up, because we were doing this yesterday. I wonder if I can find them. Hold on. They should be on here. I don't know. TikTok. Where's TikTok? Maybe this? Maybe this? Let's see if it was either one of these. No, it wasn't that one. No, it wasn't that one. It's before that. Fuck, I don't know if I can get it. Yeah, I don't know where it went. Wait, is this a different one? Yes!
Holy shit! Bobby, stop! Bobby, stop! Do not move! Do not move! What is wrong with Laura? Are you dumb? Together. Holy shit! Bobby, stop! Bobby, stop!
Take those fucking words against my dear baby, born in the purest light of the sun. Fogel McCloven. He is a street legend.
I'm sorry, but it's so good.
And he blew up a car. He got mugged, stopped a street criminal, fucked a girl, whipped a Ford Crown Toyota, the best police cruiser ever made. Fogel is a god amongst men. Also, it took me a while to write this, but it was supposed to be a response to calling Fogel gay.
Nice. Fucking ads. Perfect time for ads. Just popping up every which way, here and there, and back and forth, and be it will, what's it does, and fucking ads! I can't imagine the ad. Oh, just like I can't fucking imagine opening this. The ad won't catch up to me. I will tell the ends where to go. I will be where the ends are at. You will know where the end will be. Where the ends are at. And will be where the end. The end will be. The end will be where the end will be. The end. The end will be where the end will be. Where the end. Where's the man, the me, the man, the me, the man, the me, the man, the me, the man, the man, the man, the man, the man, the me, the man, the man, the man. Grounded like Kailu. Scotty watches his own ads because he's so cool. He's got to stay grounded. True, blessed, true. Grounded like Kylo. Fuck. Might be the first person in the world to contract autism. No, I was gonna say, thing with people with Down syndrome is it's like the connection between consequences and actions and like understanding, right, in a scale of time. It's just a brain function thing. That's why they seem to be living their best lives, because they don't really, you know, until it's like something happens, right? It's like, have you seen the one of the burning house and there's like the woman and she's crying and she's like, we lost everything, and then it pans over and then there's a Down syndrome kid and he's like, yeah, I lost my lighter and my deodorant. I was having so much fun. I wish the world knew more about the side of the internet I know of, goddammit. I wish my feed was more like Relics. I can get behind that. There's grown men out there fighting about Paw Patrol. Did you know that they're actually aliens? That the pups are actually aliens? And so is Ryder. Have you seen that theory? But that's just a theory. A film theory. 3, 2, 1, toke! I'm sick of politics and shit. I'm going back to Transformers and Paw Patrol. A gape theory. Those grown men will call people rapists and pedophiles and groomers for their Paw Patrol videos. It's insane. Well, I mean, the greatest thing about great cartoons and kids shows is that they're entertaining enough that parents can watch them with their kids. Right? That's why, like, there's so many, like, epic, legendary, awesome cartoons. Because they were made half for the kids, but also half for the parents. Right? Currently planning to read 8 books in a year. Do you think that's somewhat achievable? Prol, it depends on how much time you have. If you have 6 hours a day to read a book, right? It depends on how many hours you're going to spend. Like, I figure if we read all 12 of these books, it would take at least probably 8 years. Like, if I read this on stream, it'd probably take 8 years. Just over 1 book a year. Based on, like... Because, like, depending upon how many chapters, if we read a chapter a day, and we read, let's say, every 3rd day, and there's 100 chapters, that's almost a book a year. Depending upon how much we read and how much we don't. Right? Like, we're on chapter 29, so this technically should just take us a month of reading a chapter a day, and we're halfway through a book. So that's 2 months? That's 6. So it takes you 2 months to read if you're doing a chapter a day, depending upon the size of the book. But these are big books, right? Like, fuck. This is 800 pages. So that's 60 chapters, because we're halfway, or just over halfway, maybe. So it's like 58, maybe 55 chapters? 53 chapters. Best predictor of future is the past. Do you have good discipline? Agreed, Blessed. Agreed. I do not. I do not. The innkeeper was there for a wonder and obsequious sweating man, his dirty shirt stained over his belly until the embroidered red scrollwork seemed ready to pop off. I finished a series of 6 books, 800,000 pages each, with a full-time job and fostering high-energy dogs. Nice. Fuck yeah, Ahab. Only because I enjoyed them. True. through. If you just enjoy them, you just pull through it, right? But if a book is 400 pages, but it's a slog, dreading picking it up and continuing. Little Hatred, a Game of Thrones, a talisman. I know it's long as fuck. Darkness that comes before. Red Rising, Quicksilver, Neil Stuff, Demon, Shadow and Claw, Gene Wolf, and 1,000 Crimes of Wing Su. Shadow and Claw, hell yeah. Wait, the Quicksilver series? Like the ones with bats? Or am I thinking of like Silverwing? Problem is that each of those books are curated to help inspire certain aspects of my second book. Yeah, I read to get inspiration, right? And then to derive my ideas from the, like, things around me. And see how they can inspire me to create my own things. Embroider, Borhelm waved the man away. He was vaguely aware of a woman and some children huddling in a doorway, until the fat innkeeper shepherded them out. Bornhold pulled off his gauntlets and sat at one of the tables. He knew too little about the invaders, the strangers, that was almost everyone called them. Those who did not just babble about Arthur Hawkwing. They knew they called themselves the Shanchan and Haleen. He had enough of the old tongue to know the latter meant those who come before were the forerunners. They also called themselves Ryagel. Rigel? Rigel? Those who come home, and spoke of Corin, the return. It was almost enough to make him believe the tales of Arthur Hawkwing's armies come back. No, it's a fantasy series in the Renaissance written by one of my favorite authors. Shadow and Claw aren't set in the Renaissance at all. Quicksilver. Oh. Yeah, sorry. I was the one who said Quicksilver, Gahab. I was thinking Silverwing. No one knew where the Shanchan had come from, other than that they had landed in ships. Bornholm's requests for information from the sea folk had been met with silence. Amador did not hold the Tha'an Mir in good favor, and the attitude was returned with interest. All he knew of the Shanchan he had heard from men like those outside, broken, beaten rabble who spoke wide-eyed and sweating, of men who came into battle riding monsters as often as horses, who fought with monsters by their sides and brought Aes Sedai to rend the earth under their enemies' feet. The sound of boots in the doorway made him put on a wolfish grin. The buyer was not accompanied by Muad. I was gonna say, the fucking Torturer's Tower is a rocket ship. Also, hell yes, Darkness that comes before. I always tell people to read it. Child of the Light, who stood beside him, back braced and helmet in a crook on his arm, was Gerald. The Bullhard expected to be 100 miles away over his armor. The young man wore a cloak of Domani cut, trimmed with blue. Not the white cloak of the children. Muad is talking to a young fellow now, my lord captain, Fire said. Child Gerald is just ridden in with a message. Bornhold waved to Gerald for Gerald to begin. The young man did not unbend. The compliments of Jacob Carradine. He started, looking straight ahead. Who guides the hand of the light, and have no need for the questioner's compliments, Bornhold growled, and saw the young man's startled look. Gerald was young, yet, for that matter, Buyer looked uncomfortable as well.
And the Shadow and Claw are pretty heavy books. Darkness and Comes Before is a philosophy. Shadow and Claw is a lot of biblical references, and it's written almost like biblical history, biblical story. Yeah, Shadow and Claw is a 12-book long shitpost by absolute madman who for some reason is insanely good at writing but impossible to follow. Shadow and Claw is about a torturer who's somewhat of a murderous inquisitor who's lost his clan and is following some necromancers or something. I'm only like 3 pages in, and also this takes place during the sun dying. It's like a super far future post-apocalypse, I think. Damn. Sounds interesting. You will give me his message, yes? Not a word for word unless I ask it. Simply tell me what he wants. The child, set to recite, swallowed before he began. My lord captain, he says you are moving too many men too close to Dome and Head. He says the Dark Friends and Elmoth Plain must be rooted out, and forgive me, Lord Captain, you are to turn back at once and ride toward the heart of the plain. He stood stiffly, waiting. Darkness that Comes Before kinda doesn't work without the other 2 books, I think, which is a big problem. Oh, it's not self-contained? It's unfortunate when it's like that. It's like you almost need to read all of them consecutively, or at the same time. Right? Because it's like, one will have references to other one, but there's no real, this one has the explanation for it and stuff like that. Like, I feel that kind of mishmash like that, right? So, well, this entire plot line is based on this book, but, you don't really understand it until you read this book, which is, somehow they're all intertwined, but it's like it doesn't give you enough on its own. Darkness Comes Before is Dragon Ball Z, but with Elden Ring characters. And a lot is explained in outside sources, like the author's short stories. So it's like you're going through, like a Dark Souls game, but you're not given the option of reading the stories from the equipment. You're just going straight from, NPC dialogue. And the way the world looks. Bornhold studied him. The dust of the plains stained Gerald's face as well as his cloak and his boots. Go and get yourself something to eat, Bornhold told him. There should be wash water in one of those houses if you wish it. Return to me in an hour. I will have messages for you to carry. He waved the young man out. Questioners may be right, my lord captain, Fire said when Gerald was gone. There are many villages scattered on the plain, and the Dark Friends... Bornhold's hand slapping the table, cut him off. What Dark Friends? I've seen nothing in any village! He has ordered taken except farmers and craftsmen worried that we will burn their livelihoods, and a few old women who tend the sick. Fire's face was a study of lack of expression. He was always readier than Bornhold to see Dark Friends. And children, Buyer. Do children come here... Do children here become Dark Friends? Yeah, I forgot about the rape in Dragon Ball Z and the elves wearing skin coats. I think he means, power level, energy bolts, power scaling, galactic blowing up planets. Individual people being super fucking strong as opposed to, having an army. When you say Dragon Ball Z, 1v1 kind of fights and stuff like that, that's what I get when you say Dragon Ball Z. I've read the series, it's not. Oh, okay. The sins of the mother are visited on the 5th generation, Bayer quoted, and the sins of the father to the 10th. But he looked uneasy. Even Bayer had never killed a child. Has it never occurred to you, Bayer, to wonder why Caradin
has taken away our banners and the cloaks of the men the questioners lead. Even the questioners themselves have put off the white. This suggests something, yes? He must have his reasons, Lord Captain, Byre said slowly. The questioners always have reasons, even when they do not tell us, the rest of us. It seems like it at first, though, the main character does just kind of become good at everything at first. Are you saying Goku didn't train his ass off to become the fucking epic fighter he is? That's slander, Ahab. Callus didn't? Is that the main character? I mean, he trained in something, but... I'm just saying, like, it sounded like you were referring that to Goku at the beginning, where it's like he trained really hard and then he just went really retarded. Like, over the top. With power scaling. But it sounds like I don't know. Goku is a much cooler guy. Goku's, like, badass. Goku's the fucking GOAT. Like, who do you think is like a better person, Goku or Luffy? Goku would dust Callus, dude. Fuck him. I think Goku's a better person, but I don't know enough about One Piece to know. Callus literally just has 100 charisma. I love characters like that. Bornhold reminded himself that Byre was a good soldier. Children to the north wear Terraboner cloaks, Byre, and to those to the south, the Domani. I do not like what this suggests to me. They're our friends here, but they are in flame, not on the plain. When Gerald rides, he will not ride alone. Messages will go to every group of the children I know how to find. I mean, to take the Legion into Tomenhead, Byre, and see what the true Dark Friends, these Shan-Chan, are up to. And there's a gay barbarian. That sounds epic. Byre looked troubled. Before he could speak, Muad appeared with one of the prisoners, and sweating young man in a battered ornate breastplate shot frightened looks at Muad's hideous face. Bornhold drew his dagger and began trimming his nails. He had never understood why that made some men nervous, but he used it just the same. Even his grandfatherly smile made the prisoner's dirty face pale. Now, young man, you will tell me everything you know about these strangers, yes? If you need to think on what I say, I will send you back out with child Muad to consider it. The prisoner darted a wide-eyed look at Muad. Then words began to pour out of him. The long swells of the Aerith Ocean made spray roll. The Doman spread feet balanced him as he held the long tube of the looking glass to his eye and studied the large vessel that pursued them. Pursued and was slowly overtaking. The wind where spray ran was not the best or the strongest. Where the other ships smashed the swells into mountains of foam with its bluff bow, it could not have blown better. The coastlines of Tomenhead loomed at the east, dark cliffs and narrow strips of sand. He had not cared to take spray too far out, and now he feared he might pay for it. Strangers, Captain. Yaren had the sound of sweat in his voice. It is a stranger's ship. Bowman lowered the looking glass, but his eyes still seemed filled by that tall, square-looking ship with its odd-ribbed sails. Shan-Chan, he said, and heard Yaren groan and drummed his thick fingers on the rail, then told the helmsman, "Take her closer in. That ship will not dare enter the shallow waters Spray can sail." Callus can rip your father's eye out and drop-kick your sister, and you'd still agree with his points. You'd still let him tap. Damn. Yarn shouted commands. Sounds like a Ryan Reynolds. And crewmen ran to haul in booms as the helmsman put the tiller over. It's like Deadpool, right? No matter what he does and how bad it is, you still want to bang him. Pointing the bow more toward the shoreline, Spray moved more slowly, heading so far into the wind. Doman was sure he could reach shoal waters before the other vessel came up on him. Did her holds be full, she could still take shallower water than ever that great hull can. The ship rode a little higher in the water than she had on the sails from Tanchico. A third of the cargo of fireworks he had taken on there was gone, sold in the fishing villages on Toman Head. It'd be great if the characters did Marvel quips. With a silver that flowed for the fireworks had come disturbing reports. People spoke of the visits from tall, boxy ships of the invaders. When Shanchan ships anchored off the coast, the villagers who drew up their defense, their homes were rent by lightning from the sky while sailboats were still ferrying the invaders ashore, and the earth erupted in fire until under their feet. Doman had thought he was hearing nonsense until he was shown the blackened ground. He had seen it in many villages, too many villages to doubt any longer. Monsters fought beside the Shanchan soldiers, not that there was ever much resistance left, the villagers said, and some even claimed that the Shanchan themselves were monsters with heads like huge insects. In Tanchico, no one had ever known what they called themselves, and the Talaboners spoke confidently of their soldiers driving the invaders into the sea. But in every coastal town it was different. The Shanchan told astonished people they must swear again oaths they had forsaken, though never denying to explain when they had forsaken them, or what the oaths meant. The young women were taken away one by one to be examined, and some were carried aboard the ships and never seen again. In 400 years, they will call this accent the Canadian accent. True, Ahab. Absolutely fucking true. A few older women had also vanished. Some of the guides and healers, new mayors were chosen by the Shanchan and new councils, and any who protested the disappearances of the women or having no voice in the choosing might be hung or burst suddenly into flames or be brushed aside like yapping dogs. There was no way of telling which it would be until it was too late, and when the people had been thoroughly cowed, when they had been made to kneel and swear, bewildered to obey the forerunners, await the return, and serve those who come home with their lives. And Shanchan sailed away and usually never returned. Flame, it was said, was the only town they held fast. In some of the villages they had left, men and women crept back toward their former lives, to the extent of talking about electing their councils again, but most eyed the sea nervously and made pale-cheeked protests that they meant to hold on the oaths they had been made to swear, even if they did not understand them. Doman had no intention of meeting any Shanchan if he could avoid it. He was raising the glass to see what he could make out on the nearing Shanchan decks when, with a roar, the surface of the sea broke into fountaining water and flame not 100 paces from his labored side. Before he had even begun to gape, another column of flame split the sea on the other side, and as he was spinning to stare at it, another burst up ahead. The eruptions died as quickly as they were born, spray from them blown across the deck where they had been. The sea bubbled and steamed as if boiling. We'll reach shallow water before they can close with us, Yaron said slowly. He seemed to be trying not to look at the water roiling around clouds of mist. Dolman shook his head. Whatever they did, they can shatter us. Even do I... take her into the breakers, he shivered, thinking the flame inside the fountains of water, and his holds full of fireworks. Fortune prick me, we might no live to drown. He tugged at his beard and rubbed his bare upper lip, reluctant to give the older the vessel and what it contained were all he had in the world. But finally he made himself speak. Bring her into the wind, Yaren, and down sail. Quickly, man, quickly, before they do think we still try to escape. His crewmen ran to lower the triangular sails. Doman turned to watch the Shanchen ship approach. Spray lost headway and pitched in the sails. The other vessels stood taller above the water than Doman's ship, with wooden towers at bow and stern. Men were in the rigging, raising those strange sails, and armored figures stood atop the towers. A longboat was put over the side and sped towards Spray under 10 oars. It carried armored shapes, and Doman frowned in surprise. 2 women crouched in the stern. The longboat thumped against Spray's hull, and the first to climb up was one of the armored men. And Doman saw immediately why some of the villagers claimed the Shanchen themselves were monsters. The helmet looked very much like some monstrous insect's head, with thin red plumes like feelers. The wearer seemed to be peering out through mandibles. It was painted and gilded to increase the effect, and the rest of the man's armor was also worked with paint and gold. Overlapping paints in black and red outlined with gold covered his chest and ran down the outsides of his arms and the fronts of his thighs. Even the steel backs of the gauntlets were red and gold, where he did not wear metal. His clothes were dark leather. The 2-handed sword on his back, with its curved blade, was scabbarded and hilted in black and red leather. Uncle Bill Druid! Yo, what's up, my man? Welcome, welcome. How are you? Are you a writer? Are you a reader? Are you a purveyor of stories? Do you enjoy creativity and imagination? Are you an explorer of the world of words? Welcome, welcome. I'm Intoxication, and here we do a little bit of writing, a little bit of reading, a little bit of tips and tricks to improve your skills, a little bit of beta reading, and a little bit of, yo, Garlic, what's up? And a little bit of, exposure and critique on your work. Currently, we are reading Book 2 of The Wheel of Time, The Great Hunt. We are just over halfway. And after this, we are reading ShortStories. So, good to see you, good sir. Nothing much. Hell yeah, brother. Q join if you want to join. Ads! Always with the ads. You bring up the ads and we get the ads where we go, and now we're on the ads at the back, and don't worry about the... No, Q join. The command is right... Command's right there. Let's get us going. I don't know the command. You were rudely interrupted by an ad. This is the command right here. You were halfway there, then you were halfway there. And then it was, oh shit, you were almost there. It is just combine the two and you are good. Just keep the one exclamation point now good. They're coming for you now. Don't run, you can't escape the ads, you know. I'ma get you with those ads and show we know where we're going. The next one is with you, so don't worry when we show to you how you do what you need when you say you get ads. I don't see, but you know I can tell it is what it is for ads. Don't worry, they can go. Cause no one wants ads! Fuck ads! Garlic. This is the command. If you're looking for the command right there. You are back. This is the command right here, bro. Reader, not a streamer, but I follow a lot of readers and educational streams. Hell yeah, that's what we're all about. Sci-fi addict. Ah, nice. Then you're gonna like Prohl's story when we're done reading this. Prohl's is like a kind of space opera in the future with like space, like satellite habitats that like have their own civilizations inside of them kind of idea. They're called the Rigs, and they're basically like space habitats. And it's got like genetic engineering with like magic and shit like that. It's pretty cool. And I'm currently writing Stoner Girl Evolution, which is an isekai satire. Then the armored figure removed his helmet, and Doman stared. He was a woman. Her dark hair was cut short, and her face was hard, but there was no mistaking it. He had never heard of such a thing, except among the Ale, and Ale were well known to be crazed. Just as disconcerting was the fact that her face did not look as different as he had expected of a Shanchan. Her eyes were blue. It was true. And her skin exceedingly fair, but he had seen both before. If this woman wore a dress, no one would look at her twice. He eyed her and revised his opinion. That cold stare and those hard cheeks would make her remarked anywhere. The other soldiers followed the woman onto the deck. Doman was relieved to see, when some of them removed their strange helmets, that they, at least, were men. Men with black eyes, or brown, who could have gone unnoticed in Tanchico or Ilion. He had begun to have visions of armies of blue-eyed women with swords, a Sedai with swords, he thought, remembering the sea erupting. The Shanchan woman surveyed the ship arrogantly, then picked Doman out as captain. It had to be him or Yaren by their clothes. The way Yaren had his eyes closed and was muttering prayers under his breath pointed to Doman and fixed him with a stare like a spike. "Are there any women among your crew or passengers?" She spoke with a soft slurring that made her hard to understand, but there was a snap in her voice that said she was used to getting answers. "Speak up, man, if you are the captain. If not, wake that other fool and tell him to speak." "I do be captain, my lady," Doman said cautiously. He had no idea how to address her, and he did not want to put a wrong foot. "I have no passengers, and there be no women in my crew." Thought of the girls and women who had been carried off, not for the first time. Wondered what these folks wanted with them. The two women, dressed as women, were coming up from the longboat, one drawing the other. Doman blinked. By the leash of silvery metal as she climbed aboard, the leash went from a bracelet worn by the first woman to a collar around the neck of the second. He could not tell whether it was woven or jointed. It seemed somehow to be both, but it was clearly of a piece with both bracelet and collar. The first woman gathered the leash in coils as the other came onto the deck. The collared woman wore plain dark gray and stood with her hands folded and her eyes on her planks under the feet. The other had red panels bearing forked silver lightning bolts on the breast of her blue dress and on the sides of her skirts, which ended short of the ankles of her boots. Doman eyed the woman uneasily. "Speak slowly, man," the blue-eyed woman demanded in her slurred speech. She came across the deck to confront him, staring up at him in some way seeming taller and larger than he. "You are even harder to understand than the rest of this light-forsaken land, and I make no claim of the rest of to be of the blood, not yet. After Kareem, I am Captain Aegenin. Doman repeated himself, trying to speak slowly, and added, "I do be a peaceful trader, Captain. I mean no harm to you, and I have no part in your war." He could not help eyeing the two women connected by the leash again. "A peaceful trader?" Eugenian mused. "In that case, You will be free to go once you have sworn fealty again, she noticed. She glanced and turned to smile at the woman with the pride of ownership. You admire my domain, she cost. She cost me dear. But she was worth every coin. Few but nobles own a domain, and most are property of the throne. She is stronger. She is strong, traitor. She could have broken your ship to splinters had I wished it to. Wished it so. The woman stared at the woman in the silver leash. He had connected the one wearing the lightning with the fiery mountains and the sea, and assumed she was an Aes Sedai. Back! Welcome back, Prole! Eugenin had just set his head wearing. No one could do that to. She is Aes Sedai, he said, bewilderedly. Disbelievingly, he never saw the casual backhand blow coming. He staggered, and her steel-backed gauntlet split his lip. "The name is never spoken," Eugenin said with a dangerous softness. "There are only the domain, the leashed ones, and now they serve in truth as well as name." Her eyes made ice seem warm. Doman swallowed blood and kept his hand clenched at his sides. If he had had a sword to hand, he would not have led his crew to slaughter against a dozen armored soldiers, but it was an effort to make his voice humble. "I mean no disrespect, Captain. I know nothing of you or your ways. If I offend, it is ignorance, no intention." Wait, how the fuck are you spelling Doman? D-O-M-O-N. Doman is the name of one of my work in progress. It's just the name of the captain. Hunched the sides. If he had a sword to hand, he would not have led his crew to the slaughter against a dozen armored soldiers, but it was an effort to make his voice humble. "May no disrespect, Captain. I know nothing of you or your ways. If I offend, it is ignorance, not intention." "Yeah, but cool coincidence, yeah." She looked at him, then said, "You are all ignorant, Captain, but you will pay the debt of your forefathers. This land was ours, and it will be ours again. With the return, it will be ours again." Roman did not know what to say. Surely she can no mean that nathing about Arthur Hawkman being true. So he kept his mouth shut. "You will sail your vessel to Falm." He tried to protest, but her glare silenced him. "Where you and your ship will be examined. If you are no more than a peaceful trader, you are claimed. As you claim, you will be allowed to go on your way when you have sworn the oaths." "Oaths, Captain, what oaths?" "To obey, to await, and to serve. Your ancestors should have remembered." She gathered her people, except for a single man in plain armor, which marked him of low rank as much as the depth of his bow to Captain Eugenin, and their longbow pulled away toward the larger ship, their longboat. The remaining Shanchan gave no orders, only sat cross-legged on the deck and began sharpening his sword while the crew put sail on and got underway. He seemed to have no fear at being alone, and Doman would have personally thrown overboard any crewman who raised a hand to him. As for Spray made her way along the coast, the Shanchan ship followed, out in deeper water. There was a mile between the two vessels, but Doman knew there was no hope of escape, and he meant to deliver the man back to Captain Eugenin as safely as if he had been cradled in his mother's arms. It was a long passage to Falm. Doman finally persuaded the Shanchan to talk. A little dark-eyed man in his mid-years, with an old scar above his eyes and another nicking his chin. His name was Kaban, and he had nothing but contempt for anyone this side of the Aerith Ocean. I gave Doman another moment's pause. Maybe they truly do not know. That do not be madness. Cabin's speech had the same slur as Eugenin's, but where hers was silk sliding across iron, his was leather rasping on rock. Mostly, he wanted to talk about battles, drinking, and women he had known. Half the time, Doman was not certain if he were speaking of here and now, or of wherever he had come from. The man was certainly not forthcoming about anything Doman wanted to know. Once Doman asked about the domain, Caban reached up from where he sat in front of the helmsman and put the point out of his sword to Doman's throat. Watch what your tongue touches, or you will lose it. It's the business of the blood, not your kin or mine. He grinned while he said it, and as soon as he was done, he went back to sliding a stone along his heavy, curved blade. Doman touched the point of blood welling above his collar and resolved not to ask that again, at least. Closer the two vessels came, the more the tall, square-looking Shanshan ships they passed, some under sail, but more anchored. Every one was bluff-bowed and towered, as big as anything Doman had ever seen, even among the sea folk. A few local craft he saw with their ship bows and slanted sails darted across the green swells. The sight gave him confidence that Eugenian had spoken the truth about letting him go free. When spray came up on the headland where Falm stood, Doman gaped at the numbers of Shanshan ships anchored off the harbor, tried counting them, and gave up at 100, less than halfway done. He had seen as many ships in one place before, in Ilion and Tyr and even Tanchico, but those vessels had included many smaller craft. Muttering glumly to himself, he took Spray into the harbor, shepherded by her great Shanshan watchdog. Falm stood on a spit of land at the very tip of Toman Head, with nothing further west of it except the Aerith Ocean. High cliffs ran to the harbor mouth on both sides, and atop one of those, where every ship running into the harbor had to pass under them, stood the towers of the watchers over the waves. A cage hung over the side of one of the towers, with a man sitting in a despondently, legs dangling through the bars. "Who is that?" Doman asked. Caban had finally given over, sharpening his sword. After Doman had begun to wonder what he meant to share with it. The Shanshan glanced up to where Doman pointed. "Oh, that is the first watcher. Not one of those who sat on the chair when we first came, of course. Every time he dies, they chose another, and we put him in the cage." "But why?" Doman demanded. Caban's grin showed too many teeth. They watched for the wrong thing and forgot when they should have been remembering. Doman tore his eyes away from the Shanshan. Spray slid down the last real sea swell and into the quieter waters of the harbor. "I do be a trader, and it is none of my business." Falm rose from the stone docks up the slopes of the hollow that made the harbor. Doman could not decide whether the dark stone houses made up a goodly-sized town or a small city. Certainly he saw no building in it to rival the smallest palace in Ilion. He guided Spray to a palace that one of the docks and wondered, while the crew tied the ship fast, if the Shanshan might buy some of the fireworks in his hold. None of my business. To his surprise, Eugenian had herself rowed to the dock with her domain. There was another woman wearing the bracelet this time, with the red panels and forked lightning on her dress, but the domain was the same sad-faced woman who never looked up unless the other spoke to her. Eugenian had Doman and his crew herded off the ship to sit on the dock under the eyes of the pair of her soldiers. She seemed to think no more were needed, and Doman was not about to argue with her. While others searched Spray under her direction, the damage was part of the search. The domain was part of the search. Down the dock, a thing appeared. Doman could think of no other way to describe it. A hulking creature with a leathery gray-green hide and a beak of a mouth with a wedge-shaped head and 3 eyes. It lumbered along beside a man whose armor bore the 3 painted eyes like those of the creature. The local people, dockmen and sailors in roughly embroidered shirts and long vests to their knees, shied away as the pair passed, but no Shan Chan gave them a second glance. The man with the beast seemed to be directing it with hand signals. What is poop is real. True, Prol. Man and creature turned in among the buildings, leaving Doman staring and his crew muttering to themselves. The two Shan Chan guards sneered at them silently. No, my business, Doman reminded himself. Business was his ship. The air had a familiar smell of salt water and pitch. He shifted uneasily on the stone, hot from the sun, and wondered what the Shan Chan were searching for, what the domain were searching for, wondered what that thing had been. Gulls cried, wheeling about the harbor. He thought of the sounds the caged man might make. It is no my business. Eventually, Eugene led the others back onto the dock. The Shan Chan captain had something wrapped in a piece of yellow silk. Roman nodded warily. Something small enough to carry in one hand, but something she held carefully in both. Why are Shang-Chi and Almond on a boat? Domain is Jojo? I have no idea, bro. He got to his feet slowly. For the soldiers' sake, though, their eyes held the same contempt Caban's did. You see, Captain, I do be the only a peaceful trader. Perhaps your people would care to buy some fireworks? Perhaps, trader. There was an air of surprised excitement about her that made him uneasy, and her next words increased the feeling. You will come with me. I need grok. True, Prol. Grok OP. She told two soldiers to come along, and one of them gave Doman a push to get him started. It was not a rough shove. Doman had seen farmers push a cow in the same way to make it move. Setting his teeth, he followed Eugene in cobblestone street, climbed the slope, leaving the smell of the harbor behind. The slate-roofed houses grew larger and taller as the street climbed. Surprisingly, for a town held by invaders, the streets held more local people than Shan Chan soldiers, and now and again the curtained palanquin was borne past the bare-chested man. The Foulmen seemed to be going about their business as if the Shan Chan were not there, or almost not there. When palanquin or soldier passed, both poor folk, with only a curling line or two, worked in dirt on their dirty clothes, and the richer with shirts, vests, and dresses covered from shoulder to waist in intricately embroidered patterns, bowed and remained bent until the Shan Chan were gone. They did the same for Doman and his guard. Neither Eugene or soldiers were so much as glanced at them. No one realized with sudden shock that some of the local people they passed wore daggers at their belts, and in a few cases swords. He was so surprised that he spoke without thinking. Some of them be on your side. Eugene frowned over her shoulder at him, obviously puzzled. Without slowing, she looked at the people and nodded to herself. You mean the swords? They are our people now, traitor. They have sworn the oaths. She stopped abruptly, pointing at a tall, heavy-shouldered man with a heavy embroidered vest and a sword swinging on a plain leather baldric. You! The man halted in mid-step, one foot in the air, and a frightened look suddenly on his face. It was a hard face, but he looked as if he wanted to run. Instead, he turned to her and bowed, hands on knees, eyes fixed on her boots. How may this one serve the captain? He asked in a tight voice. You are a merchant? Eugene said. You have sworn oaths. Yes, Captain, yes. He did not take his eyes from her feet. What do you tell the people when you take your wagons inland? That they must obey the forerunners, Captain, await the return, and serve those who come home. And do you never think to use that sword against us? The man's hand went white-knuckled, gripping his knees, and there was suddenly sweat in his voice. I have sworn the oaths, Captain. I obey, await, and serve. You see, Eugene said, turning to Doman, there's no reason to forbid them weapons. There must be trade, and merchants must protect themselves from bandits. We allow the people to come and go as they will, so long as they obey, await, and serve. My forefathers broke their oaths, but these have learned better. She started back up the hill, and the soldiers pushed Doman after her. He looked back at the merchant. The man stayed bent as he was till Eugenian was 10 paces up the street. Then he straightened and hurried the other way, leaping down the sloping street. Eugene and her guards did not look around either when a mounted Shanshan troop passed them, climbing the street. The soldiers rode creatures that looked almost like cats the size of horses, but with lizard scales rippling barons beneath their saddles. Clawed feet grasped the cobblestones. Three-eyed head turned to regard Doman as the troop climbed by. Aside from everything else, it seemed too knowing for Doman's peace of mind. He stumbled and almost fell. All along the street, the fallmen were pressing themselves back against the fronts of the buildings, some closing their eyes. The Shanshan paid them no heed. Doman understood why the Shanshan could allow the people to as much freedom as they did. He wondered if he would have had the nerve enough to resist. Domain. Monsters. He wondered if there was anything to stop the Shanshan from marching all the way to the spine of the world. No, my business, he reminded himself roughly, and considered whether there was any way to avoid the Shanshan in his trading future. He reached the top of the incline where the town gave way to hills. There was no town wall. Ahead were the inns that served merchants who traded inland, and wagon yards and stables. Here the houses would have made respectable manors for the minor lords in Ilion. The largest of them had a honor guard of Shanshan soldiers out front, and a blue-edged banner bearing a golden spread-winged hawk rippling above it. Eugenian surrendered her sword and dagger before taking Doman inside. 30 soldiers remained in the street. Doman began to sweat. He smelled a lord in this, and it was never good to do business with a lord on the lord's own ground. In the front hall, Eugenian left Doman at the door and spoke to a servant. A local man, judging by the full sleeves of his shirt and the spirals embroidered across his chest. Doman believed he caught the words, "High Lord." The servant hurried away, returned finally to lead them to what was surely the largest room in the house. Every stick of furniture had been cleaned out of it. Even the rugs and the stone floor was polished to a bright gleam. Folding screens painted the strange birds hid walls of windows. Eugenian stopped just inside the room. When Doman tried to ask where they were and why, she silenced him with a savage glare and a wordless growl. She did not move, but she seemed on the point of bouncing on her toes. She held whatever it was she had taken from his ship as if it were precious. He tried to imagine what it could be. Suddenly a gong sounded softly, and the Shanshan woman dropped to her knees, setting the silk wrapping somewhere carefully beside her. At a look from her, Doman got down as well. Lords had strange ways, and he suspected Shanshan lords might have stranger ones than he knew. Okay, this chapter is just going on forever. How long is this fucking chapter? Okay, one more fucking page. Jesus Christ. I'm like, every time I'm just expecting the chapter to be over, but I'm like, is this chapter gonna be like 5 more fucking pages? What is this shit? Jesus. This is a prole chapter. 20,000 fucking word chapter. I mean, to be fair, the chapter before this was relatively short. It's only like 3 pages long. And this has so far been, I think, 13 pages. So I think we started on 419 and we're on 432 right now. I'm glad I at least have a reputation. Exactly, Prole. You're known for something, right? That's important. 2 men appeared in the doorway at the far end of the room. One had the left side of his scalp shaved. His remaining pale golden hair braided and hanging down over his ear to his shoulder. His deep yellow robe was just long enough to let the toes of yellow slippers peek out when he walked. The other wore a blue silk robe brocaded with birds and long enough to trail nearly the span on the floor behind him. His head was shaved bald and his fingernails were at least an inch long. Those on the last two fingers of each hand lacquered blue. Roman's breath dropped open. "You are in the presence of the High Lord Tarak," the yellow-haired man intoned, "who leads those who come before, the successors, the return, and successors, the return." Suckers, the return, suckers, the return? I don't know, I can't fucking read, guys. Shut up. I can't fucking read, okay? Eugenia prostrated herself with her hands at her sides. Roman imitated her with alacrity. Even the High Lords of Tyr would no demand this, he thought. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Eugenia kiss the floor with a grimace. He decided there was a limit to imitation. "They can no see whether I do or no anyway." Eugenia suddenly stood. He started to rise as well, and made it as far as one knee before a growl in her throat and a scandalizing look on the face of the man with the braid put him back down, face to the floor, and muttering under his breath, "I would no do this for the king of Ilion and the Council of Nine together." "Your name is Eugenia?" It had to be the voice of the man in the blue robe. His slurring speech had a rhythm, almost like singing. "I was so named by my sword day, High Lord," she replied humbly. "This is a fine specimen, Eugenia. Quite rare. Do you wish a payment?" "If the High Lord is pleased, is payment enough. I live to serve, High Lord." "Oh, mention your name to the Empress, Eugenia, after the return. New names will be called to the blood. Show yourself fit, and you may shed the name Eugenia for the hire." "The High Lord honors me. Yes, you may leave." Roman could see nothing but her boots backing out of the room, pausing at intervals for bows. The door closed behind her. There was a long silence. He was watching sweat from his forehead drip onto the floor when Turok spoke again. "You may rise, traitor." Roman got to his feet and saw that Tarak held in his long-nailed fingers. What Tarak held in his long-nailed fingers? Sundalar disc? I fucking can't read. Sundalar? Fucking ads. Why do they make words so fucking complicated? Why is it get so retarded? Why is C-U-E... Is it Q? Q&R? C-U-E? Like Q? Hoosen, he's and Hobbenhosen, he's and who's and Hobben, who's and hosen, has and who's and hose. Who hose, who's and has and who's and hosen, who's and has and who's and has and who's and hots and who's hots. Hots and has and his and hots, hots who's his has and hots and hates and hoes, he hates who. Hate Susie, what hate Susie, say, send, so. So, say, send, say, send, so, say, send, season it with my dick. I mean, what? What you saying, boy, playing ain't got nothing that I'm going nowhere. Fuck ads. Yo, ads are fucking killing me, bro. Bro, why you be up in the ads, my man? I got a Warframe ad with a death metal singer. It was low-key tough ad. See, some ads are good. Just their aggregate to give you ads makes them bad. It's a very simple concept. The serendular disc shaped into an ancient seal of the Aes Sedai remembered Eugenin's reaction when he mentioned Aes Sedai. Doman began to sweat in earnest. There was no amnesty in the High Lord's dark eyes, only the slight curiosity. But Doman did not trust lords. Do you know what this is, traitor? No, High Lord, Doman replied, as steady as a rock. No traitor lasted long, could not lie with a straight face and an easy voice. And yet you kept it in a secret place. I do collect old things, High Lord, from times past. There do be those who would steal such. Did they lay ease to hand? Tarak regarded the black and white disc for a moment. This is Serendilar, traitor. Do you know that name? I'm older than you perhaps know. Come with me. Doman followed the man cautiously, feeling a little more sure of himself than any lord of the lands he knew. If guards were going to be summoned, they already would have been. But the little he had seen of Sean Chan told him they did not do things as other men did. He schooled his face to stillness. He was led into another room. Thought the furniture here had to have been brought by Turak. Seemed to be made of curves with no straight lines at all, and the wood was polished to bring out a strange grain. There was one chair on the silk carpet woven in birds and flowers, and one large cabinet made in a circle folding screens made new walls. The man with the braid opened the doors to the cabinet to reveal shelves holding an odd assortment of figurines, cups, bowls, vases, 50 different things, no two alike in size or shape. Doman's breath caught as Tarak carefully set the disc beside its exact twin. Srindalar, Tarak said. That is what I collect, traitor. Only the Empress herself has a finer collection. Doman's eyes almost dropped out of his head. If everything on those shelves was truly singular, it was enough to buy a kingdom, or at the least have found a great house. Even a king might beggar himself to buy so much of it, if he even knew where to find so much. Put on a smile. My lord, please accept this piece as a gift. He did not want to let it go, but that was better than angering this Shanchan. Maybe the Dark Friends will chase him now. I do be but a simple trader. I want only to trade. Let me sail, and I do promise that. Track's expression never changed, but the man with the braid cut Damon off with a snapped, unshaven dog. You speak of giving the High Lord what Captain Eugene has already given? You bargain as if the High Lord were a merchant. You will be flayed alive over 9 days, dog, and the barest motion of Turak's finger silenced him. I do not allow you to leave me, traitor, the High Lord said. In this shadowed land of 4 oathbreakers, I find none who can converse with a man of sensibilities. But you are a collector. Perhaps your conversation will be interesting. He took the chair, lolling back in its curves to study Doman. Doman put on what he hoped was an ingratiating smile. My lord, I do be a simple trader, a simple man. I do know have the way of talking with great lords. The man with the braid glared at him, and Tarak seemed not to hear. From behind one of the screens, a slim, pretty woman appeared on quick feet to kneel beside the High Lord, offering a lacquered tray bearing a single cup and handleless of some steaming black liquid. Her dark, round face was vaguely reminiscent of the sea folk. Tarak took the cup carefully in his long-nailed fingers, never looking at the young woman, and inhaled the fumes. Doman took one look at the girl and pulled his eyes away with a strangled gasp. Her white silk robe was embroidered with flowers, but so sheer he could see right through it, and there was nothing beneath but her own slimness. The aroma of calf, Tarak said, was almost as enjoyable as the flavor. Now, trader, I have learned that Sendular is even more rare than in Shanchan. Tell me how a simple trader came to possess a piece, sipped his calf and waited. Doman took a deep breath and set about trying to lie his way out of Flam. End of chapter 29. Oh, fuck yeah. That was a hell of a goddamn chapter. Holy shit. That's what I'm talking about. That was a badass chapter. Alright, Prol, are you ready, motherfucker? Are you ready for this shit, bitch? Are you ready to fuck some shit up and take names? Jockalum, what's up, bro? How's it going? Welcome. What you at? What the fuck do his chapters have 2 digits? Why the fuck do his chapters have 2 digits? True, Prol. Your book should have only 6 chapters, 6 to 8 chapters in it, right? Spicks and Specs. Oh wait, did we just barely finish? Are we actually just starting chapter 4? That was the end of chapter 3, right? See you later. Yeah, chapter 4, Spicks and Specs. Okay, now we're on to the next chapter. Let's go. That'll do. Alright, needs a tote. Three, 2, 1, toke! It's an ass. Alright, here's Prol's story, chapter 4. Here we go. Salmonome ventured into the ghost town, where long houses stretched along each side and a well stood in the center. Despite the midday light, shadows cloaked the town, while the sky radiated brightness. Holmes explained. Many powerful Cantalists in my empire have been under my control. Not because I need them, but because they are a liability. Home continued. Many strong Cantalists resort to lives of heresy and squalor. They engage in ongoing quarrels with each other. It's impossible to remove the danger, Sam asked. So you exile them instead of taking prisoners? Home nodded. It's proven more successful. There's less danger for the Empire and its people. Cantalists with great power are a danger. In a chilling tone, Home said. They go mad with power as they age. They become odd, idealistic, and ever more powerful, he added. So I send them away to colonize. Sam stopped and whispered, These men failed to colonize, and you're saying they'd gone mad with power? Holmes said, I'm saying they have one more chance, but we also have a responsibility to keep the Empire safe from them, Sam said. So you needed another soldier, another Centralist like you. Holmes listened, now standing 15 feet ahead, nodded. Sam whispered, So, are we approaching now? Holmes whispered back, Yes. And galloped his horse with expert quietness. Sam adjusted and followed. In the town center, a man stood before a large stone well, his hands on his hips, a shotgun at his waist. He wore metal armor made of square plates and buckles, resembling cut pieces from a yellow car. The man raised his arm, waving a cream-colored cloth.
Raised his hand as well and slowed down. He hopped off his horse, and the man in yellow approached, removing his helmet and walking forward. "How are things, old-timer?" he asked. The man in yellow, a regular Cantalist, had metal plates covering his rotted cheeks with air lines running into them. His face was old and handsome, with long, thin, hard hair. He looked like a very old man. Ohm shook his hand and hugged him as Sam rode up next to them in his massive winter coat and fur hat. Sam's yellow-white eyes made Ohm shiver. The two stood back and Ohm said, "I am well, and my people are well. We're ready for a mass expedition." The man in yellow nodded, pulled back on his plate helmet, and asked, "Have they seen Pain?" Ohm replied, "They will, and they have a leader." The man in yellow asked, "Has this leader tested their mettle?" Ohm shook his head, "Not yet. They're a socialite, a tourist." Ohm turned his head. "Aren't you, Samuel?" Sam looked up, staring at snowflakes forming in the sky. "Me? I'm not leading an expedition." You just love it when these things start falling out of their cage and getting stuck inside your ear. You feel it like moving further into your ear as you talk. Good times. I need to fucking get new headphones. Man in yellow. "Well, now as you'll likely become a general like me." "Yeah, I hate that." "Then you will, Sam, but if you don't want that, that's true as well. An immortal with your intelligence is destined for some expedition in time." Sam said, "Sure." Pointed to Sam with a creak of his rusted armor. "And it's an opportunity, a cradle in the world of evil. That's what mine was." He raised his arms and spun around, pointing at the town. "It's clear that we need better luck, as all civilizations have," Holmes said. "We've been successful before," Sam interjected. "When? Where are the other real colonies?" Holmes turned aside and said, "We had some in Malta, Manila. Fucking hell, I can't fucking read. Too many fucking holes in my brain from gooning too hard. I mean, what? Some in Austria. We know there are some scattered further north, but they're alive. And they send us broadcasts. And one day, if you'd like, they'll send you to lead one of them." Sam laughed and said, "Look, I just wanted to see one," Ohm asked. "You didn't believe me?" Ohm said, "Well, I was expecting a welcome, not servitude. I'm not your bodyguard or your general. I'm a father and a husband, and that's all." Ohm shook his head, turning away. "I've said what I've said, and I am tenured, boy. We'll discuss you later." Ohm turned to the man in yellow, lifted his helm to pick in his nose. He smiled at Sam and said, "Ohm's a charmer. He'll grow on you." Ohm asked, "Where's the clairvoyant?" And they turned to a squat wood hut. Lady Cora was in the dark, damp storeroom, dancing without purpose when she turned to face Sam and Ohm. She wore a red linen toga, grasping it with care. Strangest of all, though, were the small fires. A long bent candle wick burned atop her head, covering it in red wax. Two smaller, similar mounds of wax burned in the palms of her hands. When Sam and Ohm stepped in, she greeted them with a series of slow blinks and performed a graceful curtsy for the Emperor. "Good to see you, my lady," Ohm said, hands clapped together. He asked, "Where are the others?" The man in yellow said, "This is everyone. Us two were the only ones who survived the starve." Ohm looked around at the dismal base with a heavy frown. He approached Cora. "How many died?" Ohm asked her. The enchantress turned her flaming head towards him, her deep blue eyes staring back from her old face. She turned back to her shrine, which was a hoard of weapons and clothes from dead Cantalists. Ohm looked at the man in yellow, who stood with his arms crossed. His square helmet had a strange shape, making it hard to read his thoughts. The man in yellow said, "Cora is trying to commune with the spirits here. If she's quiet and concentrates, she'll speak to them in the other world." Ohm turned to him, his feet scraping across broken stone and wood all over the floor. Sam looked down at his feet, seeing the floor waver beneath him. The building was falling apart. His
was a hideout in the center of a colony. Oh, must have known how bad things were getting here. He brought me here depending on my pity. The man in yellow stepped outside with a deep sigh. When Sam followed him, he watched the soldiers staring off into the mountains. Sam watched him, heard his heart beat too fast, and felt the man take a breath. Sam asked, "What's your name?" The man in yellow seemed to tremble when he asked that and turned toward him. "I'm just a watcher. I was supposed to show them the way," Sam asked. "So what happened? Why the two of you?" The man in yellow paused and took his helmet off, shook his head and closed his eyes as Sam listened. "Goddamn lunatics were eating each other. They were fighting each other for power, to absorb each other," Cantalus explained. "Why did they eat each other?" "You said they starved," Sam asked. The man in yellow shook his head again. Then he said, "They eat each other to get stronger. Cantalus have done it for centuries." The imagery surprised Sam. "Hey, we were talking about cannibalism earlier." Sages running up and down the street covered in blood surrounded him as he looked around in a dilapidated emergency shelters. The image of the Battle of Transit spoke to him at that moment, and he recalled his fear at its strongest. Sam looked back at the man in yellow. Sam had a lot of questions in his mind, but he didn't want to ask any of the strange Cantalist. "I don't trust a man who can't say his own name." And furthermore, what else could he learn? Whenever Sam asked Ohm a question, the man either rejected it or spoke about something that only concerned him. Sam's concern appeared to depend completely on a man he had met only a few times, who treated him like a sellsword. Sam looked down at the ground. Thin layers of snow were licking the tall stems of grass around him, and the ground had started to freeze. The red leaves on the ground flowed like blood down the mountain in waves. The sun finally started setting over the trees, and Ohm stepped outside. Ohm said, "How is Lady Cora? I last spoke to her before I left for Sam." The old emperor had pulled a pipe from his pocket and letting the warmth protect his face from the unwanted cold. So far, Prol, holy shit, this is a good-ass chapter, bro. I am, like, invested as shit in this. You have, like, wound your way into my mind. And the imagery is just, like, sets you into it, right? It's just like, oof. And it's like, now we're getting all the information that we want, answers that gain more questions than answers, right? But it's like, we're filling in those pieces now. We're getting the juicy parts. The man in yellow said, "I am not certain of her health, but her spirit is strong. She faced the whole of Sages fighting each other. She crushed the eyes of the injured before the stragglers could get to them." And then bam, more questions. Yup. The man's yellow armor creaked horribly as he took a cigarello out of a sling in his harness chest. He lifted his helmet off with a grunt and sat it down, offering another to Sam. Sam looked at the man's puny cigar and then to his face as the light of a match shined. The man's right eye was totally missing. Sam couldn't see it before from the horse. Sam shook his head. "No, thank you," and shuddered in the cold. Shook himself and started to walk away. I use cigarettes to convey without saying that someone was a soldier in the past. I like that. Prol. Set up a standard and then use that as like kind of thing, right? Because you kind of talked about smoking, right? And it's like we've only really been around people that are kind of like that, right? And it's like they're using it as like a habit to like de-escalate, right? They smoke a cigarette, they weren't soldiers. If they smoke a cigarello, they're currently a soldier. If they smoke a cigar, then they've never stopped. Pipes are for like special ass characters to keep your eyes on. Yup. It's like special animations in video games. Oh, we know those barrels aren't going to do anything, but that one barrel, there's something in that barrel, right? He shook himself and started to walk away. I'm gonna start a fire and fill my horn. Did you two get the horses inside? The older men looked to each other and nodded. The man in yellow slapped Ohm's shoulder. He's like you 30 years ago. Ohm laughed. He'll be more than me at that age, except for maybe a great knowledge of the past. The man in yellow looked to him, his cheeks filled with air, the pumps lining his chest moving. The man in yellow said, "Yes, Rome." Ohm sighed heavily and said, "Rome." Inside a small service shack, Ohm and Sam built a fire in the ground and burned out floor. Blood stained the door, and it was blocked shut on the inside with a chair. Sam and Ohm ate pemmican silently and stared at the fire. I gave them food as well, Ohm said. Sam asked, "What about Lady Cora? She won't do anything but meditate." Ohm said, "She's like you in that sense. She's a cantalist. You don't have to eat. She just doesn't want to." He said, "Like she can see the other world, so can you." "Not really, and I don't see the rigs anymore. I just see far into the future," Sam said. Ohm stoked the fire with a weapon he had pulled from his horse, short and dense warhammer. Ohm sighed. "Well, I'll tell you what, Centralists haven't had a god to source from for many years, and so my presence has taken over. Since Paragon is missing, our magic isn't strong," Sam asked. Ohm sighed. "Your magic is simply evolution. You came from a long line of men who could breach the veil of life and death, and so the world of her creatures... Magic has nothing to do with it, but gene pools do, and dilution does as well." Sam said, "My mother was human, my father was a Centralist." Ohm coughed. Said, "Yes, your father, he was the Centralist." Ohm said, "And likely his father. It's a way that churches have protected your kind, with arranged marriages. But the point is that you've become more apt with Cantalist magic than your ancestors. Instead of breaking into the Obu Planar, the space outside of our realm, you're able to push against the veil by tapping into dreams and into mirrors." Holmes said, "Here in Italy, the mountains are 400 feet tall, and I know for a fact that on the other side of the earth from us, there is a volcano island 400 feet tall in the sea. Life extends in opposite directions." So Ohm hasn't told him that he knew his father and that Taro is dead. Because he still doesn't know that Taro's dead because he left the rig before that all went down, before Hendrik fucking killed him. Ohm said, "I am that way, and so is Paragon. We were two warring spirits, and we became living things, and we unified, and so did this world." Ohm said, "But we've come undone. Paragon had retired himself to things, gone into a quiet life. We've been dying for a long time." Sam whispered, "He's dead." Ohm nodded with a serious expression, closed his eyes. Sam doesn't know his dad is fucking from Italy, not like Little Italy in his set, like on Earth. Ah. We discovered a basic virus centuries ago, a cosmic plague. We call it destined death. A force that kills all beings over a course of a millennium. Paragon is much older than I, but it has also afflicted me as of late. Why tell me this now? Sam asked. I tell you so that you do not bridle that sorry fate. I'd much rather you die in battle than an old man centuries in age. Ohm frowned. But also that you're in a way blood to me, and that men like you will be taking my place, Ohm said. Think about it. There will be a time near in your future when your son is the oldest man you know. Sam said, I doubt it. Ohm sighed. You had a rough life, but that's in the past now. I won't say you can't mess it up from here, but there's a chance of a quiet life for you, to speak from age. Sam put his head down. Not for me. I have some things in common with you, but I don't want to live a quiet life. And it's like the dialogue, man. I think this is the most dialogue heavy we've had in a while. Like,
it's so nice to have, like, a straight up back and forth information, conversation, exposition moment. Especially after everything that fucking happened in the last chapter. Right? It's been all over the place now, so it's like bringing everything together, gravitating together. I switched gears here pretty hard. It feels good, though. It feels needed, right? Ohm took a coffee tin with a big cloth in his hand, handing it to Sam. Well, why don't you want that? He asked. Sam groaned. I have to get back, somehow. I have to help Taro rule someday. Sam sighed and nodded. Well, son, you only knew him some few years. You've met Julia 11 years now. Dedicate yourself to her for now, for your son. Holmes said. Think about how Taro will feel when his mother passed and you're still here. Since we do live so long, our childhoods are even more important than anything else. Ohm also hasn't told him he just owns a fucking portal, bro. And he can just bupe and just go straight to the rigs, right? Oh my god, I hate this guy. Yeah, Ohm's, like, he's the type of guy who has to hold everything over top of you, right? Like, he's not giving you anything for free, right? Sam turned to Ohm, his eyes slightly watery and glimmering in the fire. Taro deserves the love of his grandfathers and the power of their army. Ohm's heart sank, and he turned to the fire. Sam said in a low voice, I will help you. Help sort out your empire when you die. But my allegiance is to another king, and I would have to decide your heirship for theirs. Decline your heirship for theirs. Sam took a sip of his drink. 11 years ago, my father John spilt the blood of the king of the rig, and I've faced the consequences ever since. It will be a crisis in my eyes if I live to be 1,000 and never set it right. Yeah, later in the story, Ohm has a ton of leverage on him. Ohm closed his eyes and nodded. You'd be doubly grateful if you'd been too late. Sam was listening to Ohm's heartbeat and heard a man that was lying, and he was lying about everything. Sam stood up, pushing the flimsy wooden door open to the other outside for some fresh air in the night. The man in yellow armor was posted outside down the snowy ghost town's middle road, holding his shotgun and watching the road. Sam watched him from far away and watched as the strange man hardly moved. In the house next to him, candlelight would be seen waving and rotating through the warped and cracked boards. Fucking ants are gonna destroy us. I gotta take a piss and grab a drink. I'll be right back. Fuck these ants. Bring out the ants for us, cause they say what we do with ants. I will tell you, my ants have what they say. Don't say ants do what they will. Don't you tell me why I have ants. Let's go. Ants. There they are. Jeez. Oh. Chair stream, true blessed chair stream. Ads! It's only ads and chairs. Ads and chairs, guys. Ads and chairs. Just ads and chairs. Guys, do you think my stream would get more views if it was just a chair and music? Scotty, you are blocking my view. I'm sorry! You have to pay money now. It's now paywalled. I'm sorry, it wasn't my decision. I'm just the customer. I mean, I'm just the in-between. You know, I don't make the rules, I just follow them. It's now paywalled. 10 rupees, please. 3, 2, 1, toke! There's a fan stream that averages 8 viewers. Damn, I'm getting fucking trashed. I'm getting fucking destroyed. I need to learn a marketing strategy this guy is using. That's crazy. I'm falling off, guys. I'm falling off as fuck. I don't know what to tell you. Sam took his thick coat off and felt the cold, snowy air wrap around his skin. He turned, looked back at the peak of the mountains where the stars stopped shining. It was so very quiet. Just there, 4 hearts beating, the buildings moving with the brushes of white falling from the night. Suddenly they heard a light come on. Not an oil lamp or a candle, a torch or a wick, but the sparking of an electric bulb. Sam saw it come to life in the center of the town. A light grown over with moss standing a foot above the ground. Maybe the Simeon crease hold you back. Off with his hand. I mean, fair enough. If you cut off I'm left-handed, so if I stole and you cut off the hand I stole with, it would be my left hand. So you would remove the Simeon's crease by cutting off my left hand. Yes, you very much would. I mean, that's just the way of the world, man. You can't help it, and just... it is what it is, right? Fuck me. I'm not gonna fight against it. I did it to myself at that point, right? Suddenly, they heard a light come on, and not an oil lamp or a candle, a torch or a wick or a spark, but the sparking of an electric bulb. Sam saw it come to life in the center of the room. A light grown over with moss standing a foot above the ground. Moths came alive, springing from the brush around them, tapping against the pedestal. Off foot from the flowing snow, but reluctantly surrounding the lamp nonetheless. Sam watched the moths closely. Something was definitely wrong. And again, another lamp illuminated by it, and then another. There was an old illuminated footpath, it seemed, descending this valley and buried under decades of wild growth. They lit up, their inside whirring awake in Sam's ear. Ohm stepped outside. Sam glanced at him, and Ohm, making a curious look, Ohm said, "My God, I've not been here in ages. This is where we killed Francesco." "When I pretended to be a painter," he hollered over the yellow night. Turned slowly. "Yeah, the gardens are all dead and gone now." Sam asked, "Who's Francesco?" Holmes smiled. "Well, it's a sad story, and I don't remember anymore, but Austria had me kill the Duke here. He sought to unify Italy. I was not in love with this country at the time." Sam asked, "What changed?" Holmes said, "Napoleon died." Sam nodded, pretending to understand, and walked toward the lights. "I'm going to go walk it. Practice my detection in the woods." Holmes tipped his hat, then turned to the yellow night. They watched each other as Sam walked away. In the dark, several moments later, Sam had turned the other way. His feet trotted back up the mountain as his eyes locked in every step. He turned and looked back down the path to the ghost town, slightly dizzy. Sam held up his hands, realizing he was totally numb, struggling to put his coat back on. The snow here
but the cover of the trees was climbing higher and higher up his feet. Sam needed to get back to Julia. He would walk home, warm back up in the bed with her, and they would leave before the sun was up. Misha was ready. He was sure of it. So that tells us that Ohm had been part of the regular history at a certain point, probably before him and Paragon created their own species. Yep, that sounds about right. I love that little nick of putting, like, real history of Earth in there. And it's like, well, they don't know because they were never taught, because that's basically like, destroyed history, right? Only in the mind of Ohm. Looked down at the bed of the rising blizzard and felt a gust of wind around him. Suddenly dozens of lightning bugs illuminated into blinking from the darkness, rising up the dark pool of the shadowy mountain. Yeah, it's just gone. Sam looked up through the glowing yellow snowflakes and up the mountain, figure standing 10 steps away. Because of this guy. The dark voice sat. Sam, I'm begging you, he began, stepping forward. Sam put his hand on his sword and he believed it was a demon creature like he had killed before. He was poised and restrained in his striking form. I've come to make a deal. The man stepped forward. Glowing bugs now surrounded him and showed the glowing face of the merchant. You're not welcome here, Sam grunted, shivering. This is my land and this is my fight. I may have been killed by the Blood Knight, but I need no more. I need more time, he replied. Shit's about to get nuts. Sam rushed forward, scouring into the man's face, his void white eyes staring into Sam's like distant landscapes. Sam demanded, how do you cross the boundary? You want me to kill Ohm, and then I want my tarot card back. And it's high fucking time that I go Obu planar for the first time. The merchant's gaze didn't lapse. He did ease back away from Sam, his towering form still staring down. The merchant said, if you need the ultimate gift, you are asking for 10 things then things will never be the same. In the baptism of a god into a great cosmos, time, shape, power, and hope will fade into distant memories. Sam said, that was Paragon and Ohm. I'll be different. I'll be strong. The merchant leaned forward, his voice softening. That's what we all believed. And me and the other immortals gathered for our 1000th birthday right inside the fall of this empire, and when the chaos had stopped and the battles ended, none of us ever heard the voice of God again. Sam looked up at him, voice firm. No. The merchant stood back slowly. Sam breathing hard in the cold, hands strangling the hilt of his sword. Sam growled through his teeth. I'm gonna save them. The merchant pushed his arm out, grasping the side of Sam's head. Be my guest. I agree to your terms. Sam went into the black space he had been in before, the tarot table illuminated in front of the merchant, huddled in the dim light of his table in lantern light. The merchant fumbled with Sam's golden-lined set of royal tarot cards. They looked different. The merchant said, your wife, or do you want it switched up and trade some more? Sam said. You keep playing around, but Italy is ready to send everyone they have into the mountains to fight an enemy that doesn't exist, to starve in the woods, and my family is in the midst of this chaos, and it's probably because of that card you have, isn't it? The merchant said. When I held you hostage, when I met you, you showed a lot more promise. I suppose a man's love could impact the fact that you have no magic, that you burn yourself and trip headlong into every fight you don't want a part of. The merchant scolded. The merchant exclaimed, detained by dock security, the legacy of the next Italian deity. These are ancient battlegrounds, both consecrated in philosophy and history, but most rotten in its demise at the hand of mere humans. The merchant stood. You are inheriting the graveyard of the gods, and put a hand forward, holding Sam's tarot cards. The merchant held his entire collection of enchanted cards out. He asked, are you ready? Sam reached out, fingers wrapping around the entire stack. Patrick screamed awake, the guarded attention in the hollows of the border of his set, startled by the noise. His eyes were shaking side to side, his hands reaching out, blood arching out of his eyes and onto his forehead in steady drops. Arthur stopped giving him rites gathered remedy, and the pair rushed to stop the spasm. Sam stared into the darkness when he held the stack of cards, and then suddenly the merchant had vanished, left gone. Sam held his cards, looking around inside at the table. Sam stammered, "Merchant," and looked around. Sam had his hand on his sword. He read some of the cards to himself and watched them change. The image of the two young lovers on Sam's card faded to an old man tending a garden bed. "Who the fuck are you?" Sam turned to a man screaming at him, sword drawn. "Hey, who are you?" Sam screamed, sword drawn and his feet drawn and squared. The older man was in a torn up royal uniform, his eyes red and sore, head full of gray hair, and he had a hand to his stomach covering a great wound. Patrick fumbled over his words, looking at the Sentinelist kid. "Oh, fuck! I saw you in a train in a dream!" Patrick yelled. Sam, not at all feeling like that explained things. Both men at the same time screamed. I'm just gonna let you know, Prol, I was gonna say, holy shit, that's Patrick. But I was like, I'm just gonna wait and see. And then you're immediately like, yeah, no, that's Patrick. And I'm like, I fucking knew it. I wish I had said it. Fuck. Both men at the same time screamed at each other, "Where's the merchant?" Sam realized he was holding the man's cards now, not his own. Yeah, you have to give it a bit. And threw them on the table, spreading and some falling off. Patrick yelled, "I'm a real fucking entertainer, man." I mean, I'm entertained. This shit is intense, bro. Patrick yelled and rushed forward, sword poised. Sam kicked the table over, arching to Patrick and falling into the open void of dark. Lantern shattered and fire was whipping into the cards, and they stumbled out into the void. Patrick grunted and pushed forward, hitting the steel, but Sam stuck only as he redrew. He had practiced this 1,000 times. Taro had taught Sam to draw in each strike against a strong opponent. The way royal sabers were made had a distinct opening, catapulted with rising speed up the sheath. And in the safe house, as he screamed awake, Patrick saw the young Sentinelist block him with an opening he had taught to soldiers for the last 20 decades. He had royal training. Patrick grasped for the boy. Everything went dark. His hands going numb in a second as he took his deep breath. His eyes thudded open for the first time in a day, and he stared back at Arthur and the councilman. He asked, "What?" Wright smiled. "Well, he's alive." He patted Arthur's shoulder. Arthur was at his side, holding his hand, crying. Arthur had been crying, while Angevin was next to him, drying the blood from his cheeks. "What's wrong?" said Patrick. Arthur looked up, smiling. "Nothing." It's like good crying. He's like crying tears of joy, right? Like, he's glad to find out. Because they didn't know what happened to Sam, right? So kind of like knowing all this stuff, like, gives them a lot more information too, right? Remember, Patrick doesn't have regular dreams unless he's linked to someone. Yeah. So Arthur, so he wasn't dreaming. He really got put there by the merchant. So it was just a reality trip. The merchant's very interesting. I still don't quite understand his motivations. Like, at least Ohm, I know, like, he's trying to create an empire for himself, right? But, like, the merchant seems like a fucking fairy. Like a pixie. Like, he's just, like, causing mischief. He's just there to be, like, a fucking douchebag, right? But it's like he's, like, the opposing force, right? Not necessarily destruction, but, like, Patrick wakes up and knows he's fucked now. No, we're about to get the answers to the merchant. Okay. Okay. Well, I'm excited for that. Anyways, I'm gonna call it here, guys. It's my, I got something I gotta do tomorrow, so I gotta get up early. So, but yeah, everyone is happy he's alive. Yeah. So, Yeah. We'll be back again tomorrow. So remember, never stop being you, never stop creating, never stop spreading your ideas. You are amazing, you are worth it, and thank you so much for coming by, hanging out, and, you know, just being here and sharing the time with me, right? As always. And remember, not tomorrow, but the stream after, so 2 days from now, Friday's stream, will be a makeup stream. So be prepared for the smut wrangling. We're gonna finish the Minotaur smut story. Minotaur cave isekai sex slave story. Yeah. Go makeup day. Let's go. Anyways, we'll be back again tomorrow. So remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you. Alright, who we rating today? Where we going, what we doing, what we at, what we got? Let's see here. Okay. Get your wheels ready. We'll see you on the other side.
Long chapter 27 actually is. Oh, hello, intoxication. And thank you for the raid. Hello. It's been a hot minute.
Alright guys, we'll see you tomorrow. Peace.